Franco to stop disturbing each other. And I'm the speaker of this meeting. So if you want to speak, you go through me. Luke has failed me in keeping the time. And so I want us to start. Can I request somebody who has been touched by the Holy Spirit this morning to lead us in a word of prayer? Can I request Paul? You'll be moving this mic. Can you take it to Eunice there in that corner? Eunice is the brown lady seated near Franco. Now when you mix the dark and the brown, there's some complexion that comes out.
Let us stand up and pray. Thank you so much, Commissioner Mondo, for the morning, whatever it is. Let's pray. Our Father and King, we thank you so much for this morning. We worship you, we glorify you, we give you thanks. We thank you so much for allowing us to participate in the lives of the children of Uganda. We thank you for we are here for a noble cause. We thank you for allowing Ministry of Gender and the funders to organize this beautiful event. We pray that you will lead us, you will guide us, you will remind us of every detail that we need. Thank you so much. I'm Eunice Tumwebaze. Why? I don't remember the question properly, but now that I'm an implementer, I want to share what I'm facing and what we are facing. Having children that are abused and you don't know exactly where to go. You call this office, they tell you go to this office. You call the other office and they tell you go to the other one. So harmonizing the processes, I think for me that is now the issue. And I'll give an example. We rescued recently children off the streets who are in child labor. And we found out that some are coming from Congo. And when you ask them, they tell you, I ran from school because of war. But they are here selling, they are selling merchandise, meaning there's someone who is employing them and giving them 3,000 a day. So then I'm like, this should be refugees. But then if they are refugees, where do you go? You call all the officers responsible and they tell you, we can't handle because they are not registered. But then what happens? They are on the streets of Kampala. So harmonizing and coordinating properly is for me the issue. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Moses Kadovira-Linika. I'm the Interim National Director for SOS Children's Villages Uganda. And violence against children continues to manifest just because the family institution has been attacked. And that is where we need to focus our investments and our efforts. We need to look at the root causes why children are being attacked. So that's what I can submit. Thank you, sir.
Moses, can you tell me one thing? Must everybody produce?
Once everybody produces. Must everybody produce? Children. Yes, because it's prophetic and it's a godly mandate for us to feel and subdue the world. Thank you.
Even when we are not ready?
Yes, yes.
The microphone.
Good morning. My name is Jessica Pellrud, and I have just joined the Embassy of Sweden as the first secretary, working with human rights, democracy, and gender equality. So I'm very happy to be here and to learn from you about the situation of vulnerable children in Uganda and how you work to make their life better. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica, my mother is called Jessica. Not because I want a visa to go to Sweden. I'm just making a statement of fact. Jessica, you are welcome. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Charity Ahumuza. I work as a program officer for democracy and human rights and gender equality together with Jessica at the Embassy of Sweden. We are really glad that you invited us into this space. And like Jessica said, we are happy to learn. I think I have been supporting justice programs at the Embassy of Sweden. And I think one thing I would say that it is important to look at children not as a homogeneous group. So from my space, we've been looking at children caught up in the justice system, and there are those that then become repeat offenders and will be affected by violence, so the communities will impart violence against them, and those could be root causes or what it is that contributes to that. So I think it's important to understand children, not as a homogeneous group, but to know their specific needs and provide the specific support that they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Charity.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jeremiah Nyaga. I'm the National Director for World Vision. Oh, I face the camera. Okay. I'm the National Director for World Vision Uganda, and we are privileged to be among the co-hosts with Joining Forces Alliance. I would really want to say that many times we get concerned about the plight of the children, but I think that concern should translate into action. I think that's really my call. Thank you.
Okay, Jeremiah, thank you. You will give us one verse in the book of Jeremiah, but later. Yes, Joining Forces. Now let's talk the forces of Uganda.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, officer.
My name is Chintu Ruth, Senior Superintendent of Police. I work with the Department of Child and Family Protection as the Deputy Head / Legal Officer. My concern or my opinion about what is happening in Uganda as far as children are concerned, in my personal opinion, we are so fertile as Ugandans, and because of that, you realize that families where there are a number of children, such children are more vulnerable than families that have fewer children. You find a single mother having 7, 10 children, it becomes very hard. She strains so much to sustain those children than a single mother who has 1 or 2. I've always stood on such grounds, and some people think I'm selfish, but my point is, I wish as a country would adopt a population policy, at least for 10, 20 years, like China did. Then later, when the situation normalizes, we can release people to have as many children as they wish. But for now, as long as a single mother can have 10 children, police and other stakeholders will always face cases of children being abused. I submit.
Thank you, Senior Superintendent of Police. And I'm happy that you are seated near Moses. Moses believes everybody should just produce. But we are saying people should produce the number of children they can afford to look after. And they should only produce when they are ready. In 1980, Africa had 408 million people. 487 million people. June 18th, 2025, Africa has 1.54 billion people. 2050, Africa will have 2.4 billion people. Majority of the children are born by parents who cannot look after. I have a point to make, but we shall continue interrogating this. There are people who believe that a big number of population translates into market We know economics, that you can only demand for goods and services if you have the money. So a big population that is poor does not constitute a market. Father. Yes, madam.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Justine Nakaenga. I work with World Vision as a community engagement specialist. Yes, about violence against children, particularly in Uganda, I feel we need to lift the burden from men over taking care of children. It's a source of violence on both ends. And when we try to normalize that everyone takes an equal responsibility, we'll get some strides high.
Thank you, Justina.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Irene Kagoya, and I'm the Associate Director for Advocacy with World Vision Uganda. My work of advocacy for a couple of years in Uganda, I think for me, the biggest issue that I've seen that continues to perpetuate violence against children is the issue of poverty. And it's an underlying issue, and we all have seen in communities where a family is well established financially, the chances of children facing violence are really low.
Thank you. And I think Kagoya agrees with what Mahatma Gandhi said, that poverty is the worst form of violence. And poverty anywhere, everywhere. Thank you, Associate Director, for being with us. Yes, sir.
Greetings to everyone.
Greetings to you.
I'm Charles Ruwaga. I'm the Acting Country Director, Child Fund International. What concerns me is that we have normalized the abnormal. The violence, we see it. People with authority and the power see it, but nothing is done because they think that is usual. Even as you walk around the streets, you see the violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles, for coming. You'll later tell me where Moses is. We shall have a discussion. Yes, next.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kevin Mobuke. I work with Save the Children as Head of Child Protection and Child Rights. Thinking about VAC, at this point in time as an implementer of protection against children, what comes to my mind is what is it we've not done right? Every time I listen to cases of violence, I see statistics. What comes to my mind is the question, why are things stagnating? What is it we have not done right? I think as stakeholders supporting children, we need to always go back to the drawing table and ask what is it that we need to do differently. We've been in the space for so many years, but things are continuing to stagnate. So I do not have answers, but I think there is something we need to do differently.
Doing things differently. It's President Barack Obama who said, show me a man, woman, who has done the same thing over and over again the same way and expected different results, and I will show you a mad person. So we continue to do so many things the same way and we expect different results. We need to do things differently. Thank you very much, Kevin. Next.
Good morning. My name is Brenda Madara. I work for World Vision as a child protection and safeguarding specialist. Regarding Evac in this country, I wanted to say I subscribe to a faith that speaks exactly like what Moses has just said. We should not use family planning. And as a committed member of that faith, I properly subscribe to services of Marriage Stops Uganda. And when we say we should not, I clap and I say, yes, we should not. But at the back of my mind, I just told my neighbor, I've been having an empty fridge for the last 3 weeks. And that is what it means to do parenting to the fullest. So to me, Evac in this country looks back at our family structures and the changes and the setting that are present now. There is a lot we do as implementers regarding system strengthening family, looking at holistic positive parenting practices, but we've not done enough regarding strengthening parenting and responsibilities of parents back at a family level other than just a country at large. Thank you, Anova.
Thank you, Brenda, with your faith, but you saw the empty fridge and you know what it means, and you are talking about issues of parenting. Last week, I met with my former driver, who is now 47 years. I told him, Sula, how many children do you have at present? He told me he had 26 children. Should we use family planning or should we not? Yes, Wanda.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Wanda Nganzi, and I work as the Fund Development and Communications Manager at SOS Children's Villages. It is heartbreaking and frustrating to see that violence and abuse continues to happen. One of the reasons, of course, I would attribute this to is some of our communities still have backward cultural beliefs. But we also know and acknowledge that we still have enforcement gaps. Our child and family protection units are still heavily underfunded, and so they are not able to support or reach out to some of these abused children. But like my national director said, I also agree that this is because there's a big attack on the family institution in Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you, Wanda.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Geoffrey Dramani. I work with War Child Alliance as the protection coordinator. To me, looking at the problem of violence against children in Uganda, I see the family as the smallest unit of the society and the first line of child protection. And when we empower the families and the communities and they're able to protect children, I see there is a very big challenge now in Uganda as far as parenting is concerned. And there are so many broken families in our communities, and the society has lost the traditional social safety network to protect the children as a whole. I think, to me, that is the key issue that we need to address if we want to protect the children from violence.
Can you repeat the name again?
Dramani Geoffrey.
Dramani. Now we have two people from Terego now. There's Commissioner Torea and Dramani. And now we are getting to West Nile. The family. Somebody wrote and said the family in Uganda is in the intensive care unit. We need to resuscitate the family in Uganda. Pull it out of the intensive care unit. Yes, sir. War Alliance.
It's War Child Alliance.
War Child Alliance.
Yes. Good morning, members. My name is Josely Kasule. I am the Program Development and Quality Manager for War Child Alliance. You know, in medicine, there is a word called diagnosis. Now, if you treat an illness and it seems to be persistent, then there is a problem. You ask a question. Have I done proper diagnosis? So with VAC, we are continuing to sing the same song, that there is no change. But now the question should be, have we done proper diagnosis? And if so, are we addressing the cause, or we are attacking the symptoms? So our programming should also focus on the cause of this problem if we want to see a reduction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kasule. Diagnosis, proper diagnosis. Are we addressing the problem, or we are addressing the symptoms. Yes, madam?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Cecilia Okoth, and I'm the Senior Communications Officer, Child Fund Uganda. Uganda's population of children currently is over 50%. Yeah, that's a fact. So that is over 50%. That's a fact. But what are we doing about this population? We have kept on singing the song that there is not enough money that has been allocated to protecting children in this country, and yet we see the bulging numbers. So assuming if a child was defiled today, you will say that there are very many ministries that cater for children, but assuming a child was defiled today, how would the Ministry of Health, for example, come in real time to solve that child's problem? Yeah. So we need to really face the reality that we are not budgeting enough for children, and that is what we need to really bring to the fore to be able to save our next generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia. It talks about population again, and I want to remind you that in 1948, Uganda was home to 4.9 million human beings. That's 1948. Last year, 2024, Uganda is home to 45.9 million Ugandans. 2050, Uganda will be home to 80+ million Ugandans. So now it's for you to interpret whether we are ready for the 80 million or we need to think outside the box and do something. Again, I go back to Moses and your other colleague who believes like you. Yes, next.
Good morning. My name is Hilda Nabweteme. I am the Gender and Disability Inclusion Specialist at World Vision Uganda. Thinking about Evac, I know that our government is one of other governments that have made commitments to the protection of children. And I think for us as government here and as stakeholders is to go back to see if we have been able, one, as implementers, have we contributed to our government's commitment? And then as government, have we made our commitments a priority, especially the political team, because the political definitions, that's other than us prioritizing and deciding to work on our commitments, we will continue to do many things and we will not get to having a solution to violence against children. But also, Evac is synonymous with violence against women and girls. Looking at the 95% WOBO statistics that women by age 15 and girls have suffered sexual and physical violence, and it is a reality. That statistic, looking around the reporting, you and I know that reporting sexual violence is the hardest, not only in Uganda, but globally. That today, even if I were harassed on my way to this hall, it's very hard to say. Because before you know it, you will be victimized for having reported or spoken about sexual violence. But I say they both are synonymous, and addressing them together is very important. Thank you.
Okay, the issue of privacy. Should child abuse, should domestic violence be a private issue? Or it should be brought into the public domain and we don't conceal it so that we can address it. Next.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sylvia Ichumar from the British High Commission, FCDO. For me, the issue of violence against children, two major institutions that I would focus on, the family. For me, it's I think that most times we lack the patience to raise children. I think that's the best line of how we treat children outside, within the family, but also outside of the family setting. That's for teachers or for people who independently engage with children. And for institutions, I'll talk about maybe the education space and how a colleague mentioned that we might be doing things the same way all the time and expect change. But also I want to believe that they've been like really good work done by various organizations around ending violence against children in schools. And I think that it's important for us to be able to consolidate that evidence and use it or work with for how institutions within the education space, for example, can work along the system to improve issues around violence against children.
Thank you, Sylvia. Civilization is measured by the way we treat children. The way we look after our children and treat them will tell you how civil or how uncivilized you are. Next, Luke.
Good morning, Ms. Luke Siduda. I work for World Vision, Child Protection and Participation. If I remember Commissioner's instructions well, so why do we need to deal with the issue of violence against children? Is that according to research, now today we are talking research, violence is moves from one generation to generation. It's intergenerational. So a child who experiences violence when they're in their mother's home will actually practice violence when they come to the world. And a child who grows up seeing violence in their neighborhood, not even in family, but neighborhood, will perpetuate violence when they grow up as adults. That and we deal with violence against children, because if we don't, then we'll be promoting an intergenerational cycle of violence from one generation to another. It's our duty to do something now. Thank you.
Thank you, Luke. So if you are fighting with your wife while she's pregnant, the child that will come out of that pregnancy is very likely, according to research, to be violent. So can you avoid violence at any one point in time? And fighting at your home while children are looking at you, if you have to fight at all, and I want to propose you shouldn't, lock yourself in the boardroom and kill each other from there. Next.
Good morning. My name is Irene Oluka. I work with UNICEF as a child protection officer. I came in at a time when the question, and will attempt to say something which I think is in line with what the previous speaker said about why we need to protect
from your neighbor. The instructions are, if you hear about violence against children, what comes into your mind? Why in the 21st century are people still violent against their children? And what haven't we done? What must we do differently?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Violence against children means treating children in the not so right way, harassing them, beating them, screaming at them. In a layman's language, that is violence against children. And we know that children have rights that must be protected, like you're rightly saying. And I believe that as parents, as adults, it is our responsibility to uphold those rights, to protect those children. Sadly, it is a very big shame that in this age and era, we are still seeing children being abused, being treated in the wrong way. While we've tried our best, those very bad practices are still happening. And like my colleagues have said, I think we need to work in a multi-sectoral manner for us to ensure that we prevent these children from abuse.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Can we move to the next? And now let's move very quickly. Time is now.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, officer.
I'm called Nambala Sophia, Senior Superintendent of Police. I am the Regional Child and Family Protection Officer, Kampala Metropolitan North. About violence against children, what comes into my mind? is parents, attitudes of parents towards children have not changed much. There is still this mentality of saying a child is supposed to be, if I'm to use the other part of the language, omukulu tasobya, meaning the elderly they don't do wrong things against children, and this has kept us in violence against children. You find a parent trying to use all the forces against a child in the name of putting right a child. And this is the reason we have continued to see violence against children. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Sophia. Next.
Good morning. My name is Christopher Kugonza. I'm the Program Quality Director for Plan International. In regards to violence against children, we recently did an evaluation in one of the program areas where we work in the North, Eastern, and West Nile. And one of the things that came out was regarding the risk knowledge about protection among children and parents as well. So them not having the right knowledge about what a protection risk is also means they are not able to protect them against such risks, or to even regulate their own actions against the children if they don't recognize certain things as violence against children. The other thing is when you interact a lot with young people, especially teenagers who have given birth and gone through all sorts of things, you discover that there are issues around economic safety nets. They've been taken advantage of by people who are able to give them certain kind of assistance, money, food, and other needs or items at their personal level. But we are also in an era of technology. It's a global village. There is so much happening online, and that comes with a whole new set of risks outside what we ordinarily see as violence against children. There are new exposure risks for children online. We are not always there to supervise or to regulate what they have access to as parents, and I think that's a very big area. The other one, I think, is also the justice and the legal system is very tolerant of violence. I'm sitting near a police officer here. I've seen cases where a case of abuse against a child or a woman has been taken to police, and they will say, please withdraw this case, you are dealing with a very big person. The abuser is a public figure, a prominent person who has power, and then the whole institution of police and maybe the other justice players are saying, please withdraw the case, it's against a big person. So that already sets the tone if the system is tolerant of violence. And then finally, I want to say that we should not try to justify anything by saying because the children are so many, or the numbers are too big, or the population is too big. These children did not ask to be born. If there are so many, it's still our responsibility to protect them, regardless of whether they are so many or not. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kugonza. Is everybody equal before the law? Or we have application of George Orwell, Animal Farm. All animals are equal, but others are more equal than the others. Kugonza, we shall interrogate that further. It's good you are seated near a police officer, senior superintendent. We shall interrogate that. Yes, madam.
Thank you. Warm greetings from International Justice Mission. My name is Lilian Ayebare, Senior Manager Monitoring, Evaluation, Research and Learning, and here as Acting Country Director in the absence of my Country Director on furlough. I am happy to be in this space, and I would like to just pick on what my colleagues on the table have mentioned. We are here to protect children, end violence against children. What is the missing link? We have done several programs. Have we thought about who is the perpetrator? Who is the abuser of children? what have we done to create deterrence of abuse of children? The table here said that the case is reported and the person is big. Me and you here might be abusers of children in one way or another. The officer said adults because of mukulu tasobya. The adult does not make a mistake. So how are we protecting children? How are we creating deterrence of abusers to continuously abuse the children? I'll have my family and protect my children within, but still abuse them in some way or another. But a neighbor outside will also be waiting to abuse them. But when that neighbor abuses the child, what is done to create deterrence that any abuser out there ready to abuse a child will not do it because of the consequences awaiting him if he does that? Let's bridge the gap between the response and the protection programs that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Lillian. Next.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rosette Nanyanzi. I'm coming in from the Ministry of Education and Sports. I think for me, we still have violence in the 21st century simply because we are supporting children, but we are not allowing children to be part of the agenda. So I believe that in this 21st century, let's bring the children closer to understanding what violence is so that we can be able to respond, but also prevent it from happening. Thank you.
How many parents who are here are friends of their children? Put up your hand. How many of you are brutal to your children? Nobody wants to show. Nobody wants to show. Thank you. Continue.
Good morning. My name is Noeline Gochalia from the Ministry of Finance. I work in the Budget Monitoring and Accountability Unit as a monitoring officer, technical monitoring officer. Why we still have violence from the work we've been doing, it's a total complex of cultural, socio-economic factors that are still affecting our children and the community at large. And for me, what I feel that we can do different is to bridge that gap between policy and practice. We need to come to a common understanding of how we translate all the policies that we put up into practice to make their lives better. Thank you.
Now we're in hold the microphone.
Yes, sir.
Do you think we are putting enough investment into the protection of children?
No, sir.
As Minister of Finance?
No, not as yet.
What can we do differently?
We could prioritize our children by funding them a little bit more if the resources do allow. Thank you.
Thank you, Noeline. I will not report badly to Kakande. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Edwin Okello. I work with the Refugee Law Project, and we are the current implementing partner for UNHCR, Child Protection Urban Response. Not to sway from what everyone is sharing, we continue to see increased cases of child neglect amongst the refugee community. We continue to see deteriorating and worsening mental health states of the children, but also with focus on the family, the home. Most abusers are around the homes. And I personally look to us to increase the efforts we put in on interventions that reach children from their homes, because it's getting worse. When you hear the case of the gentleman from Plan, it is, I believe it's someone from a home. And when we say home, amaka, semaka, tebajja mukkiriza kusobya. Apologies for you who don't know Uganda. If the husband and the breadwinner in a family does something wrong, in many cases we have, in psychology we call it normalization. if the big guy does something wrong, no, let's leave him because there are so many people dependent on him. And I think that's one thing we really need to address. Thank you.
Thank you, Edwin. Next, and I think we are coming to the last. Very quickly.
My name is Ainamgisha Shannon. Children's rights are obligatory, though they are being violated. Usually matters facing children like violence are discussed, but more attention needs to be paid towards the root causes and solutions, and this shall intensify the efforts to end violence.
Thank you. Thank you, Sharon. Move from discussions to action. The child has told you. Lots of discussions, very little done at the end of the day. Thank you, Sharon. Next.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Guntese Naluja, and I work with World Vision as the Advocacy and Campaigns Officer. I love that the room is having a mixture of government, civil society, and researchers. So I'm looking forward to learning more about the innovations that we can put across to curb the vices. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. What's not happening?
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Ruhwez Ibrahim. I'm a journalist from the New Vision. It's good to be here, first of all, but you realize that even when we are in the 21st century, the rights of children remains violated, not because the government doesn't care, or maybe parents do not give the attention to them, but when we lack the community child upbringing. I know very well that in the past, a child was for the community, not for a single person. Because I know very well when I was in primary 1, 2000, there was a man who would help us cross this stream when it used to flood, and he waits for us lunchtime, come to pick us again. So to him, it was his obligation to see that we don't drown in that stream. All those things today, they no longer happen. That one, we should be reminded that we need to go back to the original setting. Then second, children have been given too much freedom. Children must learn from their masters, who are the parents and the other elders in the community. But what happens when these children are made to assume that I can do like him, even when he's older than me, about 20 years. They haven't reached that level of deciding for their own. You realize that children, the way how they are dressing, it is so seductive to the extent that these men can easily violate them sexually. So who cares? Parents don't want to accept that children must be given less freedom. As they grow, they get more of their freedom. Their freedom should be curtailed to some extent so that we see that they are not over-violated. I think if we go on what I've said, maybe we like to see children learning, but we also understand how their rights can be properly protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Muhwezi. You'll later tell us what is too much freedom.
I am Ruhweza, not Muhwezi.
Ruhweza?
Yes, Ibrahim.
Ruhweza, the difference is the same. Anyway, you'll tell us, Ruhweza, why you find it unattractive to report about child abuse cases.
I beg your pardon?
Why don't you find it attractive to report child abuse cases?
Just like the way I said.
Like you said what?
We have lost the communal child upbringing. Your child is your child, not my child.
Okay.
In the past, it used to be
So we need to go back to the old African adage, that it takes a village to bring up the child. I'll bring the introduction to an ending now. Okay, let's have that one. We need to move on.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
My name is Peter Chisache. I'm a senior lecturer at Makerere University, but I'm also a fellow with the Baobab Research Program Consortium. And I think in the interest of time, I'll tell you more about Baobab later. But I think the paradox is about the most vulnerable being the mostly abused. And I think that is very troubling. Thank you very much.
Chisache, I'll now command you to come to the front, join the other Don here who has just come in, so that you can discuss academically. The final one?
I'm Rugambwa Justus. I coordinate the Joining Forces Coalition. Mine, the first one is I'm very glad that you have been able to come. It was, I think it's in the Bible and other books where people arrange functions and people don't turn up. It can be very frustrating. But second and lastly, I know we are hurrying. Yesterday, we were in a court session in Waburenzi. We had a child who had been beaten at school. And while we have so many challenges, I was very, very happy with the court because the magistrate, number one, we had the child said the child shouldn't be with adults. Number two, she said she needs the contact of the child to talk to her alone. Number three, she said all adults must agree before 15th September for the child to be in school because that is her home. Sort of she created a very conducive environment, special environment for the child who was there. So I think there is some serious movement in courts and we need to hear that message more. Thank you.
Thank you, Justus, and thank you for bringing us together. All right, Paul, is everybody known to us now? Come to the front and come with Dr. Chisache, whom I expect to sit with another professor here. And Professor, can you introduce yourself? Can we know who you are? I'm a teacher, but let me aid you with the microphone.
Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
Eddie Walakira is my name. I work with Makerere University, and I'm excited to be here.
Thank you. What comes into your mind when you hear that in the 21st century, there is still violence against children? Children are supposed to be God's angels, but people, you know, when they don't have children, they go to the extent, especially the women, to go to the shrine and look for children. When they get the children, they start battering the children. What comes into your mind?
First of all, it means that we have normalized violence. It has become part of us, and we look at it as a normal thing. And I think that is one of the things we have to change. People who are looking at social norms now are looking at it very seriously, that you have to change how people look at things. What they consider to be normal should become abnormal. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, my good professor and a long-time friend. You know, I was playing around with my pen and I wrote this. It's incredible to see credible people doing the incredible. It is incredible to see credible people doing the incredible. I think the issue of normalization of wrong things should be a thing of the past. We should condemn evil with all the fangs that it deserves. Now, colleagues, we are going to go into the opening remarks. The Permanent Secretary is not yet here, but he will be joining us. So I want to invite my colleague, the Assistant Commissioner in charge of Children Affairs at Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, to say a few remarks, and thereafter I will invite my good friend, Perez Anis, to make a statement. Karibu sir.
Your Excellencies, the ambassadors, and the heads of diplomatic missions, or the representatives who are present here, representatives of the development partners, representatives of academia who were delayed, who have just arrived, civil society organizations represented here, government representatives from different MDS and Kampala City Authority. Mr. Mondo asked the Minister of Finance their time. I want to say thank you to the representative from Ministry of Finance. For them, they say we are conservative, but what we do has gives the face of our social development indicators. And I'm happy to report that they are able to allocate for us some money this financial year on ending child labor, because we told them if you don't give us money to end child labor, our coffee exports to some of the European unions will be affected. So you can see the relationship in the international world about these two. Or our representatives from the Joining Forces Alliance present, the third estate, the media, all participants in your respective capacities. Is it good morning? Good morning. I was made to introduce myself earlier. My name is, the one I like most is Tolea. And the other one is Franco. I'm the Assistant Commissioner for Children Affairs in the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and here standing to represent my Commissioner for Youth and Children Affairs. And if the Permanent Secretary doesn't come, take this speech as what the PSC will say. I'm going to blend my speech with the practical examples. Indeed, I'm honored to welcome you to the first National Symposium on Evac, Research, Policy and Action in Uganda. The symposium, focusing on sexual violence against children and adolescents, is a critical step towards a more just and equitable future for our youth. Ladies and gentlemen, I listened attentively to all your responses to the question the moderator posed. Ours is not inadequacy of policies and laws and other frameworks. We have adequate policies, laws, and other necessary frameworks to address this vice. As many of you have alluded to, where are we targeting? What have we done right? What are we doing wrong? That we need to change strategy. The issue of normalizing the situation seems to be coming out despite the frameworks, the policies and the laws. Have these laws and policies and so on also say we normalize it or not? So I think that we need to tackle the bull on the head. We should not romanticize this issue. Recently, I came from Arua yesterday, not because I'm from Arua. We are training parasocial workers there. We want to use the parasocial worker approach to deepen our actions at the grassroots level. And we upgraded the parasocial workers training manual to cater for many things. and I had the Baobab Consortium is here. They helped us to operate that manual. We've had the first training lot. This time I took it upon myself to even to go to the villages, to the communities where these parasocial workers were doing the practicum. I wanted to listen to the communities. And when I listened, you can see that I think we need to deepen our actions at the grassroots level. The other time I said we speak a lot of English in the big boardrooms. A lot of English in the big boardrooms. We are not translating this English in Lokbara for my people to listen. I'm just giving Lokbara as an example. And using other opportunities we have. We don't have the representatives of cultural religious leaders here present, is it? Those are people who deal with already mobilized people. We take advantage of them. Imagine a religious leader standing on a pulpit to talk to a number of people on what is happening to children. So we need to take advantage of those structures which the Ministry of Gender Labor recognizes in all its frameworks, whether policies and laws. That is a very important structure that we need to use. As Assistant Commissioner for Children Affairs at the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, I am deeply committed to protecting the rights and well-being of our children and adolescents. This conference, with its robust focus on evidence, policy and action, is precisely the type of collaborative effort we need to effectively address this pervasive problem. One time we were also in the field, Rosette is there, a teacher who were also doing some sensitization on violence against children. A teacher asked me, he said, you are saying we should stop. Of course, he used the word beating children in schools. But when I qualified as a teacher, I was given 3 things. Professor, I don't know whether they also gave you a teacher, that he was given those 3 things. 1, a pen. 2, a book. The 3rd one, a stick. In order to bring up a child. I think I was with the Geoffrey. You remember that place? Yes. I told him your approach here is outdated. Studies have shown that it doesn't work that way. So you leave it. If you are trained as a grade 2 teacher like my father, that time, you leave one out. The stick, you leave it out. So there are challenges, as you said, with some of our backgrounds that we need to work on. You have clearly alluded to issue of parenting and the dysfunction of families that we need to focus on. A lot has been done by the ministry and other partners in the area of parenting. You know the challenge, as we said, we have very many fathers and mothers, but very few parents. Even including some of us here, we are fathers, mothers, but we are not parents. Recently, I want to ask for apologies if the person I'm talking is offended with what I'm saying. Recently, I attended the Alex wedding in Rukungiri. Alex took 20 minutes to talk about the rights of children in his wedding. You can see the many opportunities. Alex had a 40 minutes speech, but out of the 20 he took to talk about children. Alex, forgive me if I am saying that against your will. And one thing which I not forgotten in one of his statements was, for him, he refused to page boys and girls. He said this is also a form of abuse. Because why you bring these children, they are going to stay here from church to reception, up to this. Then the press came to me and one day I said, let me organize my mind, I will talk to you. Those are the things I think we need. There are many weddings taking place now. We need to use those things to bring some of these things. So what are we doing right and wrong? The crucial partnerships between civil society practitioners, policymakers, and universities are central to this success. Civil society practitioners possess the invaluable on-the-ground knowledge of the challenges faced by our young people. Policymakers have the power to implement effective solutions, and universities offer the critical research and analysis to inform both practice and policy. This symposium brings these vital components together to create a powerful synergy for change. We did a study and some program with the Population Council Baobab Consortium, you know, that using social work approach to address violence in schools. The findings, incidentally, teachers in that, of course it was in the refugee setting, the findings from that study showed that teachers were actually the least in terms of abusing children in schools, in the settings in which the study was done. And it so happened that the study has really informed us, reviewing the parasocial workers manual I'm talking about. In closing, my sincere hope is that this symposium will not only provide a platform for sharing valuable insights and research, but also serve as a catalyst for tangible action. We must translate the evidence presented here into concrete policy recommendations and practical interventions, ensuring that the voices of our most vulnerable children and adolescents are heard and their needs are met. This is also some expectation which somebody raised. Where are we bringing the children in all this context? Where are their level of participation? We saw what the young girl brought out, which many of us were not looking at. The issue of also normalizing and targeting the perpetrators. My father never beat me. The first time he attempted to beat me because I refused to go to dig. I wanted to play football with my friends. I was in P6 and then he said, "You lie down." I laid myself. I said, "But I have a sentence." He said, "What is it?" I said, "You beat me, you'll never see me here again." He stopped. He didn't beat me. So, incidentally, I became the most successful child among 10 of his children. So, I thank you for your presence and dedication to this critical issue. I look forward to productive and impactful symposium. I therefore take this great honor to declare the symposium officially opened for God and my country.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Commissioner Franco Torreya, all the way from Arua City. Thank you. Thank you so much for putting off time. And I want to thank SSP, Chintu Ruth. She came with a child. And also I'm happy to see another child at the back. Can we have the children stand up for recognition? Of course, Eunice is about to say that she's also a child of the mother, but I'm talking about the real children. I'm talking about the real children. But also, I want to congratulate all the people from Busoga and the friends of the Busoga people, the in-laws and well-wishers of the loyal kingdom of Busoga for adding a band of twins to the population of Uganda. The Inebantu, gave us 2 beautiful children. And some of you are saying, we are waiting for long. They are now there. So start donating if you want to donate towards the welfare of the kingdom. So I congratulate you, all the people from Busoga. Permit me now to invite the country director, War Child Alliance, an active member of Joffa Steering Committee, working on child protection and child rights issues for more than 20 years, linking and bridging gaps between policy, research, and practice, being one of his most interesting things he does. He supports a significant number of research for War Child in Uganda. He's happily married to one wife who is a woman, but also they have 3 issues already. 3 issues, 1 son and 2 daughters. Join me to welcome father, husband, practitioner, Perez Anis, to speak to us. Perez, you're welcome.
Thank you, MC. And MC asked me in the beginning when I arrived, how many wives you have? And then I said, I have only 1. So I thought he was surprised. But I have only 1 wife and 3 children, so thank you. So honorable distinguished guests, I should start with children. So dear children, honorable distinguished guests, commissioners present in the room, development practitioners, fellow researchers, academia, I see Makerere University is represented here, civil society representatives, I see New Vision, I heard in the introduction, so journalists and all participants, good morning. My name is Parvez, and as I was introduced, I work with War Child Alliance as a country director based in Kampala. It is with great honor and sincere appreciation that I welcome you all to the first National Symposium on Evac Research, Policy, and Action here in the heart of Kampala. We are going to discuss sexual violence against children and adolescents today. You know, Evac is a big topic, huge topic, and we cannot discuss all issues at once. So we are prioritizing sexual violence against children today. Thank you for joining us, and we mark a significant milestone in our collective effort to end violence against children. Evidence-based solution, coordinated action, and political will and social will. And it was pointed quite many in our introduction that there's no deterrence. I think some colleagues mentioned. So we need to strengthen our deterrence. There's a social norms issue, there's a cultural issues, there's a policy implementation issues, and this is a forum today to discuss this, and that's why we are here. The government of Uganda, through Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development, has taken a critical step towards building a child-focused future. The child-focused policy research agenda, I think we should talk more about this, because it was introduced in 2022, Commissioner. It was a very good initiative, and it continues until 2026. This is the expression for this commitment, and this policy and this research agenda is committing to bring a kind of bridge the gap between evidence and the practice. And we need to bring this on the table, and probably we reflect on this more today. Today's symposia, this is made possible through the leadership of Ministry and Joining Forces Coalition. I will share you briefly later about Joining Forces. And our goal for today is clear. We want to share knowledge, strengthen partnership, and chart a collaborative pathway that ensure every child in Uganda grow up free from violence, abuse, and harm. So what do we hope to achieve today? So throughout today's discussion, we want to disseminate some key research findings on the nature, scope, and response to violence against children and adolescents in Uganda. And we also want to explore model for sustainable collaboration. We need to come together a bit more. Makerere, institution like Makerere, or other universities in the country, researchers, civil society, ministry, we need to come together a bit more and to reflect on this issue so that we are able to generate more evidence and we are able to have robust policy formulation and implementation. So our conversation today is timely. This will not end here, and this will serve as a foundation for an ongoing national dialogue, and hopefully this culminates into annually in future symposium, strengthening our resolve. When we come together, we strengthen our resolve, and we deepen our understanding and also expanding our impact. So we hope this continues, and this is not a one-off event. And this is our joining forces commitment. Actually, we have been reflecting on this, that how best we can collaborate with the ministry on this issue. We are here because of our shared responsibilities, our responsibility to ensure that data becomes action, research becomes policy, and policy becomes protection. Let us listen, learn, question, and commit, and let's commit to bridge the gap between research, policy, and practice. So before I close, I would like to share you about Joining Forces Coalition, few slides, and if we are in a position to project slide, that will be really a bit more helpful. Anyone who can help with project? I have 4 slides on Joining Forces, briefly. Oh, it's there actually, yeah. It's a nice picture. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah. So see, you have a logo of 6 organizations there. Child Fund, I think, is a current chair globally for Jamia. I am correct, isn't it? It's a current chair globally. It's saying not Uganda, globally, Joining Forces. Yeah. Then Plan, Save the Children, SOS, Through the Home, TDH, World Vision. So there's 6 big child-focused organizations, and they are the biggest globally. Came together in 2017. And the whole idea was that there's a need to act with urgency and vigor to end violence against children. And the whole idea was that we bring our resources together, and we need to bring our efforts collectively, and we need to scale globally, especially on the approaches to end violence against children. And this Joining Forces Coalition, this operates through CO committee. So there's a commitment at CO level, so it's a CO directed, and there's a global secretariat, and there's a technical advisory team that is leading globally. Now coming to Uganda, so it was 2017, that's when this formation was made. And this was launched in Uganda 2018. And again, the 6 organizations, they all came together, and they're all present in Uganda. War Child Alliance, organization that I represent, we are also child-focused organization, but of course we are not as big as these 6. We have global footprint, only 12 countries. And we approached coalition in Uganda, and we joined them in 2023, a couple of years ago. And we are committed to significant reduce violence against children through joint advocacy, campaigning, and programs. There's a steering committee which World Vision is leading, and I think Justice introduced himself. He is in the part of the secretariat, which is hosted by World Vision. And World Vision, thank you for hosting and investing a lot of resources into this. We really, as a coalition member, appreciate and recognize your efforts. So big clap for World Vision. And there's a very active steering committee, and there's a technical working group. So all these 7 organizations, we have a CP, advocacy, communication, education specialists. We all come together, discuss issues, and there's a very robust strategy for the next 3 years on the issues that we want to discuss. And we work closely with Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development. and we try to engage them in our planning. Just briefly, next slide, and then I try to conclude. I think next one after this. So this is our core strength in Uganda. Just to give a picture. So if you look at the map of Uganda, this side, the one highlighted, the colored one, is where the coalition members are present, and this is approximately 70% of Uganda's districts where we are present, all civil organizations. And this is approximately 95 districts. So out of 135, we have a footprint and program in 95 districts, and that is one of the reasons we came together, that if we pick any issue, we have a capability and we have a human resources to influence the issue, and we have ability to take it to the ground. This is our core strength. Collectively, all organizations, 7 organizations, we spend approximately 15 to 16 million US dollar globally. I think 2022 was 15 million, 15.5 million, 2023 was 16.2 million on child protection intervention in all 95 districts. Considering the size, it's not a lot of money, because 75, less than 95 districts, they have a huge population. But that gives us at least some reach and ability to do some intervention. And we have reached, we are reaching approximately 2.6 and 2.5 million vulnerable children, approximately that range, in prevention and response activities. We have a joint strategy for 2 years, 24 to 26, and we promote shared learning and innovation, and we bring our technical expertise locally and globally, and we are committed to generate evidence to end violence against children. So this is briefly about JOFA, and please feel free to discuss with Justus, Jeremiah is sitting there, I'll be also there in the meeting, and other colleagues. I see Save the Children is also there. I heard our SOS. And reach out to us. We had some good impact in our previous strategy, and we did some quite good campaign. I will not go into that detail, but that can at least help you understand that that kind of achievement that I have made. And if we work through coalition, JOFA, then we have a huge potential. So in closing, let me try to end here and hand over to the moderator. I extend my deepest gratitude to the ministry, partners, presenter, and all participants. Your presence here today is a powerful statement of solidarity and purpose. I wish you a productive, inspiring, and action-oriented symposium. Thank you. And hand it over to moderator.
That clapping is not enough for a country director. That's much better. Thank you very much, Mr. Perez, Anis, Country Director, War Child Alliance, on behalf of the joining forces, Child Fund, Plan International, Save the Children Uganda, SOS, the Less the Homes, and World Vision. Can we clap for these brilliant people who have made it possible for us to be here? I want to thank you, and I want to announce that you have earned yourselves a cup of coffee. Cup of coffee. We can break off for coffee. And can I ask Moses to pray for the coffee? Moses, get a microphone. There's a microphone here. I want you nearer so that I can convince you about things I believe in.
Okay, let's humble ourselves and we bless our coffee. Oh God, our Father in heaven, we are very grateful for this time you've given us to converge and have a conversation on the things that affect your children. And we are grateful for the food you've put before us. We ask you to bless it and sanctify it, and also bless us as we partake of it. This is what we pray and believe through Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen.
Thank you, Moses. The tea is at the entrance, somewhere where you registered from. Let's take exactly 25 minutes. Feel free to pick your cup of coffee. And I'm saying coffee deliberately because we are coffee growers. I want you to consume as much coffee as possible. Be the first market for our coffee. So get the coffee. Don't get Nescafe, get coffee from here. And so 30 minutes, no, 25 minutes, we come back. Feel free to pick your cup of coffee and come inside with it so that we can multitask. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless you. Meanwhile, if Agnes Sebowa from Ministry of Health is here, kindly come and see me. AIP Morina Tuhaire. Thank you. Give me just one paragraph about yourself. Very small Bible. Wali. Mulunyankole. Are you good? Oh, sure.
Our anniversary, we joined in 7
With Maureen?
We joined together, but you know, we rise at different rates.
Yeah, but we are not doing badly. It's just one level above. Yeah, so that's okay. You have not seen the 18 years.
Chinto Rose, I'm the Deputy Head Child and Family Protection Coordinator, Uganda Police. I'm an advocate of the High Court of Uganda and subordinate courts. I hold a bachelor's degree in Women and Gender Studies Marketing, then an LLB and postgraduate diploma from LDC. The mother.
Beautiful. Yeah, the mother. And the wife.
Single mother.
Candy. Ladies and gentlemen, I announce that it is break coffee. Justus, can you stop disturbing my visitors? I said it's time for coffee. It's time for coffee, not networking. Time for coffee, not networking. Professor Warakira, it's time for coffee, not networking. How are you, my friend? You are disappeared from me. Thank you. Fine. Thank you. Justus. This is my time assistant. Do you know?
I don't know. I just don't know.
Just a second.
I just don't know.
Irene, are you good? Why do you disappear from me? Today you are going to answer. Because once you migrated to the other place, and now you even put on green. Now, don't ask
Like a pumpkin.
You are good? And the family? disappeared. No,
came in too fast. Entered, then he scanned a bit, then even when I tried to call him whatever, he was just sending him WhatsApp. He had already reached what? Shut up. So he said we can't be there as the commissioner.
Okay, let me give you his number. Let me call you and give you his number. He's somebody I talked to. I'm going to call you now. Okay, let me send it to you. Send her that number. But people, you know, if you're not going to do something, you let me know.
Is it the Airtel one?
You can send him both.
I have Airtel.
Which number I called you? I called him at 7:55. I called him on 0751.
So I said to that person,
No.
So
You know, it's better to say, you know, not manage than saying I'm going there.
what am I here? What am I here? You know, it's not easy reaching that place. You need to say food, so. WhatsApp.
Okay. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, can you come back with your cups of coffee? 25 minutes have been spent already. Can I have some colleagues of mine to, in police we say round up those people. Round up everybody. Okay.
This strategy is designed to actually do joint advocacy as organisations to support government and joint programmes to address some of the worst forms of violence against children in schools, and in particular the issue of child marriage, child labour, major issues of concern.
No, we want to look at investment in those untouched areas. The inclusion, for example, of children with disabilities. You mentioned advocating for increased funding the probation and welfare officers in terms of training them and equipping them and remand homes. And I was energized because as we talk now, we are writing a cabinet paper, a cabinet information paper on the situation of children in our institutions. The remand homes, Camp Register National Rehabilitation Center, Nagu Reception Center just across here, and also we shall touch on children in NGO homes managed by the partners.
We can also work closely together with government as one united front of a joining forces coalition to ensure that we are coordinated with the solutions that we think can be able to tackle violence against children within communities, within households.
You will not understand what is being told.
This strategy is designed to actually do joint advocacy as organisations to support government and joint programmes to address some of the worst forms of violence against children in schools, and in particular the issue of child marriage, child labour, major issues of concern.
No, we want to look at investment in those untouched areas. The inclusion, for example, of children with disabilities. You mentioned advocating for increased funding the probation and welfare officers in terms of training them and equipping them and remand homes. And I was energized because as we talk now, we are writing a cabinet paper, a cabinet information paper on the situation of children in our institutions. The remand homes, Camp Register National Rehabilitation Center, Nagu Reception Center just across here, and also we shall touch on children in NGO homes managed by the partners.
We can also work closely together with government as one united front of a joining forces coalition to ensure that we are coordinated with the solutions that we think can be able to tackle violence against children within communities, within households.
You will not understand what is being told.
This strategy is designed to actually...
I have two people, and when I invite you, you take the seat by the side. I want to invite SSP Chinturuth. Chinturuth is the Deputy Head, Child and Family Protection Department of the Uganda Police Force. She's an advocate of the High Court of Uganda and subordinate courts therein. She holds a bachelor's degree in Women and Gender Studies, Makerere University, and a degree in Law and postgraduate diploma, Law Development Center. Now, this is important for you to hear. SSP Chinturuth made 18 years of dedicated service to the Uganda Police Force. Can you clap for that? That's almost 2 decades of service to your protection and well-being. Sometimes you people, you know police force because of tear gas and other things. She doesn't serve in the department of tear gas. She serves in child protection, and she is a mother. That's very important. Thank you. Now, she's going to be joined by Mr. Mugisha John, Senior Probation and Welfare Officer, works in the Youth and Child Department at the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Mugisha has worked dedicatedly for quite a good number of years in the social sector, and she's less by 3 years compared to Chintu. Has 15 years of service. John serves as the national coordinator for South 116, that is normally referred to as Sauti, which provides responses to violence against children and GBV. He also chairs the National Task Force on addressing online child sexual abuse and exploitation, and playing a pivotal role in shaping policies that aim at protection of the children of Uganda. Mugisha is married so far to one woman. And so far, you have 3 issues. You have 3 issues. 2 issues. They have 2 issues so far. And when you hear the child helpline, don't call Mondo, call John. He's the manager. So let me start with Ruth. In Ministry of Gender, we say ladies first. Ruth, give us the picture. Police crime report, data on ending violence against children, and trend analysis. You can take the podium, you can take whatever position you want, but I think the podium would do us good.
No, you have PowerPoint. Thank you so much. As far as Uganda Police Force is concerned, I begin by noting that the ratio of the Ugandan police population to the population generally in Uganda is 1 officer like Ruth or Sophie polices by implication 824 people, whereas the UN recommends at least 1 officer to police to 455. That aside, police visibility in Uganda is there. There is no sub-county or there is no bigger geographical area where there is no police visibility. When we talk about data, we normally compile annual crime police reports. And my presentation today centers around crime reports, statistics from the years 2022 to 2024, because 2025, we normally launch it the following year. That will be early next year. Where do we get data? We are a police force that is not believed by a fraction of people, given other issues. But when it comes to statistics, ladies and gentlemen, this is how we gather our data as it reflects later in the annual crime report. Like I said, police visibility is at least everywhere in Uganda. We have a police booth. A police booth are these boxes where at least we assign 2 police officers to handle occurrences as they occur. A case of sexual violence or related nature can be registered with a police booth. I have my presentation. I request that it is projected here. A police booth are those boxes where police officers sit, and we have an SCD book. That is a record book where occurrences that are reportable to police. Ladies and gentlemen, not every case can be reported to police, but cases that fall within the category that can be reported at police, we take record of it and assign an SCD reference. That is a police booth. Let's go to the picture after this page. The other one. Page 2, I think. Page 2. A police booth
After police booth, we have a police post. We do this to make services closer to the people. A police post is slightly bigger than a booth, and it is close to the members of the public, so a case of sexual violence against children, girls, or women can be registered at a police post. Beyond that is a police station. A police station supervises so many booths and so many police posts. However, the community, I don't know if my work can be easily seen, a community can report a case of sexual violence to a police booth or a police post or directly to a police station, whereas cases that are reported from a police at a police booth and a police post can still go to the station. Beyond a station is a division or a police. For example, Chira Road, a police division, CPS or the Kampala, that is a police division or a police district. Still, a community member can register a case of sexual violence directly at Odi Kampala without going to Namirembe Road police booth or police post, much as they can still go through the booth and post through the station and a division. Beyond a division is a police region. A police region like where my sister Sophie, that is Kampala North, Kampala South, Kampala East, Katonga, Wamala, such arrangement. However, still a community member can report such a case directly at the region without going to these other lower settings. Beyond a region, we have KMP. Like we have Kampala Capital City Authority. We still have Kampala Metropolitan Police. That sits at CPS. There is a CID commander at CPS. Cases can still come through the booth down to the region, or from the community, a case can directly be reported to KMP command. Then from there, cases are captured at CID headquarters. Allow me also to talk about Police Form 1. Police Form 1, I had attached a template to my work. Police Form 1 is that sheet where we record every case that is registered with a police booth, a police post, a police station, a division, a region, KMP, or CID headquarters. Every case...
Just a second. Colleagues, you can use this, use your smartphone to scan, you'll get all the documents. All the documents, just use your smartphone. I believe you all have smartphones. Okay, thank you very much. So you use this, you scan all the documents, you'll get them. Thank you. Continue, Ruth.
Thank you so much. How do we get data? That is the topic. That is the issue now. Every case that was reported at a booth or directly, like we've gone through the channel, is captured at the end of the month on a sheet called Police Form 1. All police form 1s from the various police settings end up at police headquarters, at CID headquarters, that is Chibuli. When the year it closes, all forms are compiled, but we have statisticians and data analysts that are attached to CID headquarters. These are the people who compile all statistics of crimes reported. Kindly note me, crimes reported. Like one of us said, so many cases go unreported. So what we have here, personally, when you compare the population of Uganda and the cases that we have in our crime reports, someone might say we are not serious. Kindly, ladies and gentlemen, we capture what has been reported. Those cases of defilement, early marriages, child torture, all sorts of cases that have not been recorded and assigned as an SCD reference are not captured and don't feature in our annual crime reports. That is why, as a department, we are much into sensitizing communities not to sit there and fail to report cases. So the cases we reflect in our crime reports annually are those that have come to police. I don't know what fraction they constitute of the cases that happen. That is you and me to know, but these are cases that come to police and are captured just as we have seen. At the end of the year, CID headquarters sits and compiles, and we categorize. Our annual crime reports are online, but I'd extracted some pages as regards my presentation. Cases of housebreaking, these are the other cases, but for purposes of our symposium today, we are concerned about sexual-related cases against children. So that is how they end up in the annual crime reports. So we have seen how we generate data. It is not that we sit and compile, because so many people don't trust police. When police says A, they think it is the other way around. But ladies and gentlemen, that is how we come up with these figures. When we have an analysis and comparison of cases against children, sexual-related cases against children for the last 3 years, that is 2022, 2023, and 2024. Statistics show that we registered a total case of sexual-related crimes amounting to 14,693 2022, 14,846, a slight increase 2023, and 14,425 in 2024, a slight decline. Ladies and gentlemen, for purposes of my presentation, we picked out defilement as the pertinent sexual-related case against children in this respect. There are many sexual-related cases against children. However, by definition, by the legal definition of the laws we follow, particularly the penal code, defilement is any sexual encounter or affair with a child below 18 years. And as police, sexual violence against children, yes, may take other forms like indecent assault, child-to-child sex, but the most prominent and prevailing one is defilement. And as per our laws, the Penal Code Act, defilement is categorized into two: the simple defilement and aggravated defilement. The law defines aggravated defilement away from simple defilement. They are aggravating factors that are provided for under the penal code, where the perpetuator is related to the victim, where the perpetuator is a serial offender, has ever been convicted in crimes relating to sexual abuse, where the offender has authority or is charged with care over the victim, where the offender is HIV positive. That is what those factors aggravate defilement, or where the victim has a physical or mental disability. That is the aggravating bit of defilement. Whereas simple defilement, where an offense has occurred, a sexual offense has been has been performed on a child below 18 years, but in the absence of aggravating factors. When you compare statistics of defilement, simple defilement, that is 12,580 occurred or were reported in 2022, 12,771 2023, an increase, and 2024 we registered 12,312 cases of simple defilement. When it comes to aggravated defilement, the cases that were reported in 2022 were 3,620. 2023, there is an increase. 2024, an increase still. Very, very, very alarming. Very, very sorry increase in the case of aggravating defilement against children. By statistics, ladies and gentlemen, we have female juveniles, victims, the numbers being higher than their male counterparts. Whereas it is true, children are children and they are all vulnerable and need protection, We register high numbers of sexual violence against girls more than numbers of sexual violence cases against male. When we look at the age, victims normally range between 15 and 17. My brother intimated that maybe they dress provocatively. There is no justification when it comes to violence against children. Children are children. They all deserve to be protected. They all deserve protection, and we have to respect their rights. They have to grow into adults without being violated or molested. So we have age 15 and between age 15 and age 17. Perhaps this is where the parenting relaxity sets in. I moved along with my 6-year-old girl. I have a 13-year and 15-year-old boy. They are at home. Perhaps parents think when someone crosses 14 years, perhaps they are not more vulnerable. Ladies and gentlemen, they are still vulnerable, but I think parents at this stage tend to relax, and this is the adolescent age where some of our children think they are more understanding and wiser than we are. So perhaps those fluctuations expose them more than the little ones. When it comes to prosecution, the role of police when it comes to sexual-related cases, we are supposed to receive complaints, we are supposed to investigate them, gather enough evidence professionally and ethically, forward the file to the DPP for perusal and legal advice, make sure that cases that have graduated to courts of law, we are comparable under the Evidence Act. Ladies and gentlemen, a police officer is a competent and comparable. There is no way I'm going to investigate a sexual violence case as Ruth, and I wake up one day and say, I don't feel like going to testify against that honorable. Ladies and gentlemen, the Evidence Act names a police officer as a competent and comparable, meaning if I don't want, the law forces me. However, the disappointment comes here. If you compare statistics of the cases we receive and the statistics of the cases we take to court, it is very disappointing. Imagine, this is, I'm not a mathematician, but as if this is only 30% of the cases, is it even 30? Almost 25 or 20%. The cases that come to us as police, only 20% graduates to court. There are factors explaining that as we went through them, or as we shall see. And worst of all, among the 25% that has gone to court, the rate of conviction, because sincerely, sexual-related cases have evidence. If a sexual-related violation has occurred, in absence of falsification, because, ladies and gentlemen, I do community sensitization, and we note that from the public that when people have land wrangles, some stage such related cases against the rivals when there is no evidence. But I'm looking at a case that has been investigated, that has been perused by the office of the DPP, and there is evidence warranting prosecution, and 25% has managed to cross the line and see the conviction rate. The reason this is almost below 10% of the case that was reported with Ruth and Sophie and the rest of the police settings. The conviction rates are very, 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 very low, and there are reasons, perhaps more than what I have, explaining the low rates of conviction. When we look at the key trends by observation, defilement ranks highest, like we said, whereas there are so many cases that qualify under sexual violence against children. We see defilement accounting to almost 90% of all reported cases of sexual violations against children. 2, majority of the victims are female juveniles. 98%, very, very sorry kind of information, while male juvenile account to 2 to 3% of the reported cases. Victims by age profile, like we said, 15 to 17 years are more abused than the rest of their minor counterparts. By proportion, this is 62.7% as of 2022, 65.1% as of 2024. Case and conviction trends. Aggravated cases rose sharply in 2024, showing an increase by 10% increment of aggravated defilement cases being reported, and there are many that are not reported. A significant improvement was registered in 2023 when it comes to a number of convictions, whereas in 2024 there was a decline. By region, by 2023, the hotspots or where such cases occurred shifted from Albertine. Albertine is Hoima around the oil area, to Kempi North. My sister Sophie. So Kempi North, that is Kawempe. It covers areas of Wachiso, Old Kampala, Matuga, Gombe, Nasana municipality generally, Kachiri. So we see a rise in cases of sexual violence against children in 2024. Then Greater Masaka, next page, Greater Masaka and Kampala North. I can't see. I'm done here. So we posted these statistics on the graphs as we see, and key risk factors in 2024 data reveals vulnerability factors for victims as school attendance. A significant number of victims were school-going children. Imagine how a bright future of our children is shattered by this reckless perpetuate of sexual violence against our children. That is a case of almost 7,000 victims were school-going. Family structure, like we said here, victims often come from vulnerable domestic situations. For example, those living with single mothers, orphans, and child-headed households. Children in home settings that are not so strong and firm are more exposed to sexual violence or any other form of violence than children who come from firm domestic settings or homes. The health status, I don't know, we have some colleagues from the Ministry of Health. I don't know the percentage of people who are infected with HIV in Uganda, and we compare them with the statistics of perpetuators we have. But however, what we have as police, 149 victims of HIV were reported as perpetrators of sexual violence against these victims. Ladies and gentlemen, one perpetrator can abuse 10 girls or 20, meaning if we have 149 perpetrators who are affected, we can't know how big the population of the victims they have abused, since some cases go unreported. From the foregoing data, we note that there are low rates of conviction where most of the cases end up in acquittals. Acquittal is where, after a successful criminal trial, court finds the accused person not liable. Maybe it is the land issue where they were paraded, I don't know. But a successful prosecution process has happened, and the judge, in case of aggravated, or the magistrate, in case of simple defilement, finds the accused person not liable. Dismissal. There are cases that are dismissed, particularly for want of prosecution. A case would have ideally evidence to convict the perpetrator, but due to other factors, the witnesses have been compromised, the witnesses have not attended court, and court has dismissed the case. Discharge, I think discharge is more of an acquittal. The accused person has been discharged and is free, not convicted. So we noted as police from our observations the following as some of the reasons. The ethical issues or integrity regarding the stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, the criminal justice system has stakeholders. Ruth and friends receive these cases at a booth, or as we saw through the police channels, an SD reference is assigned, a CRB is assigned, investigations are held. However, basing on the integrity of the investigating officer, basing on the integrity of the state attorney who peruses the file, basing on the integrity with the due respect of the judicial officer who handles, we see statistics of conviction. So the integrity and the ethical issues involving stakeholders and the complainants at times are responsible for the low rates of conviction. The resource factor. We are glad to have Ministry of Finance on board. However, the resource factor also frustrates some of our cases as police. One, I come from Nakaseke, and the High Court within my area is in Ruwero. When I look at my home area where my parents stay, to High Court Ruwero, in an event of an aggravated sexual violence case happening in my village, it is about 70 kilometers, ladies and gentlemen. So this is a complainant who is not facilitated by the state, and yet their evidence is crucial. They have to trek all these kilometers to court, and the magistrate is indisposed. There is that legal jargon. Maybe the other judge is indisposed, meaning is not around. This is a woman who has sold a cock or a goat to go and give evidence in court. That is a resource factor. Resource factor also frustrates timely reporting, especially where the scene of crime is very far from a health center or from a police station. Sexual violence cases, ladies and gentlemen, need forensic evidence, and it has to be timely got. For example, the swabs. So it so happens that at times, due to long distances or failure to have money, it becomes hard to report these cases and get investigated in time. There is an issue of Police Form 3 still on resource factor. We have areas, like I said, in Uganda where we don't have police surgeons or government health facilities, and we rely on private health facilities where services are paid for. I'm imagining a situation where a complainant is not in position to pay the required money in time. So Police Form 3 is crucial in prosecution of sexual-related cases. Once it is not properly filled, the case will die a natural death. When it comes to arrest and transportation of accused persons from Nakaseke deep there, it is another story where most of our integrity as police officers has been checked. A police officer will come and whisper, you know, we have this man arrested, but transporting, this is a police post in Nakaseke. We have to transport him to Butalangu at the division where such a case of capital nature will properly be handled. We need some 100,000. Transport, because of the nature of our roads, ladies and gentlemen, in the villages is higher. A border charging 5,000 in Kampala, in respect to maybe 10 kilometers away from the point to another destination, may charge 50,000 in Nakaseke, where I come from, because of the nature of our roads. Logistical issues to do with forensic. At times the kits are not enough to do timely analysis, forensic analysis of the cases. The criminal justice system and its gymnastics is another issue. At times adjournments are made. At times when we are taking statements from the police officers, I wish I had a template of a statement recording sheet, we ask for telephone contacts of the person making a statement. However, to our dismay, when a case comes up for maybe mention or hearing in court, The state attorneys, our dear state attorneys or the state prosecutors, hardly make calls to the witnesses. So a witness is there in the garden when the case is being mentioned in court. After 3 times of no person appearing, the judicial officer may dismiss the case for want of prosecution. So the gymnastics to do with prosecution, how cases are read, some people complain, the judicial officer sits here, this is the bench, the bar where the defense counsel and the prosecutor sits, we call it the bar. Then the audience, these are the litigants. The English that happens here, and at times they speak in low tone. The magistrate will speak, at times you fail to understand. Adijand. My mother, who does not know English, who is seated in the other corner, may hardly know the date. And if the state prosecutor does not communicate it, I will just go home and say, by these courts of Uganda. So the English and the low tone that happens between the bar and the bench at times frustrates these litigants. They hardly translate, especially if it is not a hearing. If there is no witness in the dock, the English that is exposed here, which is the language of court, may not be known by the litigants who are there. They may go frustrated, thinking perhaps they're not being helped, and they end up losing interest in the matter. When compromise comes in, these other factors, you see we registering higher cases of dismissal. We said only 25% graduates to court. How about the 75%? The 75% in most cases dies between the community and the police, or at times the community and the state attorney. Ladies and gentlemen, we do sensitization and we should continue doing sensitization. A violation against a child will impact on you until you meet the Creator. For those of us who believe in God, you register a case and someone looks at it as a ground to get rich. If the abuser has something or is a high-profile member in society, the parents and at times our police officers look at this as a fertile ground to negotiate millions of money. Most of these cases die, 75% of the cases die at times at police, at times at the DPP's office. Much as at times negotiations end within the community and they don't come back to police. There are people who come to police and register. Like I said, once a report is brought to police, we assign a report an SCD reference number. Some people use the reference number as a ground for negotiation. And at times, this complainant will never come back to police. Once they see Katwe SCD, this, Uganda versus so and so, they take to the community, and the community embraces and condones this vice by sitting and negotiating and exchanging wealth for this innocent victim. And that is how some cases follow under the 75% that doesn't go to court. Based on the findings, these are our recommendations. Let us focus
and Ruth, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Let us focus on preventing. That is why Ruth, the community department, the community policing department, child and family protection, we normally embrace sensitization. A sensitized person is a knowledgeable person. Let us sensitize communities to look at children as children who need protection, not a source of wealth. So prevention efforts, especially for children age bracket that, through school and community engagement programs. Ministry and other stakeholders, Ministry of Finance and other stakeholders, we call upon more support as regards resources to support the fight against sexual violence against children. Prosecution, I always challenge our organizers to have the office of the DPP here. Wherever you see police, kindly call the DPP, because it is the DPP who peruses our file. So we should bear the blame together. Let us always have the prosecution, the office of the DPP in such fora, because normally that is, there is a link between either frustration or success between police registered cases and convictions or prosecution. Family support. Ladies and gentlemen, family is the core of society. Where a family is strong, cases of violence against children will not happen. Because someone is concerned, someone knows their responsibility. If it is about support, you live within your means. Let us support the family to see that cases of violence, especially sexual violence against children, are minimized and finally done away with. I thank you for listening to me.
I know you can afford clap better than that. She has done a good job. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ruth. You can take your seat. The questions will be following after another Afande Mugisha has presented. But he raises very important things. And one of them is, can we focus on prevention? Since I was young, they always tell you prevention is better than cure. So can we focus on prevention, focus and focus and focus, but also report and report and report cases, but also follow up to their logical conclusion. Because if 25% are the only cases concluded, where have the 75% gone? That they get lost or they die along the way. And when she comes back, she will tell us whether still files get lost at police stations. But let's have Mr. Mugisha to give us, what does Sauti 116 shout?
Thank you very much, Commissioner Mondo. I think building on to what my sister has just presented, just clearly tells you that in society, every opportunity that comes in, whether good or bad, there's someone who takes it. And I think she has highlighted that. On the side of the Sauti 116 helpline, I'll ask the team to put my presentation. Most times I've been asked a question, what is this thing? Is it an NGO? It's not an NGO. Is it a Ministry of Gender thing? No, Ministry of Gender just plays a small part. This helpline is a national helpline. It's our helpline. It's every child's helpline. It is anyone who is in need that requires support that can use this helpline. So the helpline, basically the way you see the pictures, because we deal with issues of children as well, we tend to be so colorful. But for those who have not been at the center, I thought it would be nice to show you a picture of how the counselors that receive calls from the public 24/7 basically handle. So it's not that we have landlines that we use. We basically have a very good integrated system that has been supported over time by UNICEF and UNFPA. Next slide, please. So just to give an analogy of how we have moved. As a country in 2013, been told I can use this. I don't know if it's okay. I don't know, I think I need assistance. Okay. I think it just chooses. Okay, fine, thank you. So in 2013, Government of Uganda, through the Ministry of Gender, in partnership with the Uganda Child's Rights NGO Network and UNICEF, then lobbied to have the 116. Globally, 116 is designated for reporting issues of violence against children. Sauti 116 is a member of the global family where we have multiple helplines in the world. And I'm happy to report that we are one of the most active. When you look at our call ratio for children reporting cases, it's one of the highest in the world. Even other helplines can't get it. So about 21% you'll find children reporting cases through 116 for themselves or for others that are their colleagues. So on the 4th of November 2013, we made our first call. The calls used to be very little, you will see in the next slide. But we received our first call on 116. And thereafter, in 2021, we added in the work. Because we had been able to do quite a lot, the government felt that we could also handle receiving cases of gender-based violence, as well as issues of mental health and also SEER. So we integrated these into our work. And of last year, we became very innovative. We said, why don't we develop a chatbot to help with issues of mental health for the young adolescents between age 13 to 18. So we have been growing over the years, and we have been doing our operations on a 24-hour basis. Like Commissioner said, can I shout? Why we are called Sauti? It's because we're trying to imply we're a voice. It's very easy for anyone to remember Sauti than remember the helpline of the government. It's quite comprehensive. But when you say Sauti, it's a very easy thing. Even a child can remember this. We operate on the short code 116. So even when you put the logo anywhere, as partners, maybe interventions, creating awareness, mind the number. You may put the name Sauti and forget the number. These days we have very many Sautis. We have a Sauti radio in Kayunga, we have Sauti Soul, we have Sauti Plus, you know, all these different things. But the only Sauti helpline that exists is Sauti 116. So we work 24 hours, 7 days a week. Even this morning I was chatting with the team for what transpired during the night. So this is something that we have been doing over time. And both we exist in the humanitarian and the development settings. Recently, as of last year, Ministry of Gender started a project called Prospect 2.0, focusing on handling issues of GBV and VAC within the refugee setting, and my sister Eunice is part of that implementation process that we are trying to follow. In terms of the local languages, we have 26 of them. You know, there are very many languages, but I'm limited by the resources that I have. And in some instances, some of those that would qualify don't speak the languages that I require. So certain regions are sometimes challenged when it comes to that. Then the helpline has 2 sections, a call center and a casework section. And government handles the issues of utilities, it pays some of the staff, but largely most of them are taken care of by UNICEF and UNFPA. So in regards to the services we offer, telephone is the most crucial. Someone asked me one time, can you be counseled through a phone? And I told them it's possible. We give the first aid, and of course other aspects follow. Then management of cases through various media platforms. I'm glad the Fourth Estate is here. When they post different cases in the media, we follow them and try to ensure that they have gotten the necessary support, including following the issues of sexual abuse that come up day and night. And then, of course, community awareness in schools, radios and TVs. And of course, you've seen us on the social media. We have been deliberate to ensure we have online presence much more. And so we urge you to actually be able to interact with us more on the information we put out. And then lastly, providing mental health and psychosocial support. And that's why I highlighted the issue of the chatbot. But something I need to note, as of this year, we entered into another space, which is assisting survivors of Ebola and also Mpox in terms of the abuse that could have happened. We have seen elements of violence against children occurring in that aspect. So we are also supporting in that in terms of emergencies. But even in COVID, we are present. So in terms of the calls, that's where people always ask me questions in terms of the calls. Yes, these are calls that are made to the 116. I focused on these 3 years. We are currently doing an analysis with AfriChild in the same veil to actually understand what the data say. But the calls gradually increase, gradually decrease depending on different factors. Partly when partners have various campaigns and do massively in awareness, we get spikes of calls. But calls have grown over the years from people receiving about 100 calls in a year in 2013 to now over 5,000 calls. But this has been gradual to the system that we use. We have changed from using SIM cards to what we call E-Trunk. So where you have direct calls over 60 channels at a given time from every network. So the calls are quite high. But these calls are not transiting into what we actually want. Because Afande said people are not actually reporting. And it's true. They are using every platform that they get for various issues. So on average, in a day, this is a day, we receive 1,500 calls. 1,500 calls. My commissioners know the number of people I have and they know the challenges I have, especially with burnout. So in a day, we shall receive 1,500 calls, of which 40 to 50 will be cases of VAC that require immediate follow-up. Then 55% of the general callers are male. The men, you should clap for yourselves. The men are calling, and 40% are female. They are calling. They are not reporting. They are calling because they are sweet voices on the other line. So the men call more because they have access, but they don't report more. So when it comes to reporting, 60% of the report cases are by the female, and the men report 40%. The men call more, but are not calling more to report. But the women call more to report. That one's a sure deal. So I talked about the children callers. About 21% of our callers are children. Then child neglect. And I know if you look at the police crime report, child neglect, it is, I think, the root cause of all the other violences, because once the children are neglected, they are vulnerable to being sexually abused. We have seen that this percentage decreases, then it increases, depending on the season. We are about to begin the next term, and we're about to see an influx of calls about school fees. So these are the challenges that come in. And once the children don't go to school where they feel safer, during COVID, they were crying, the parents were crying that children should go back to school so that they are protected. You find that the sexual violences will increase. But for us, from the data, what we've been analyzing, we see that physical violence, in terms of what people normally report, will be a little bit higher than the sexual. That's not to say that the sexual cases are not happening. It is just how people are reporting them. Sometimes people, like Afande said, they will report a case for purposes of scaring those that they would want to exploit and take advantage. In terms of the perpetrators, 79% of the perpetrators are male, and then 21% are female. In terms of victims, just like what Afande was showing us, 61% are the girls and 39% are the boys. In terms of Oxea, the issues are focusing more on the girls, about 57%. So where we have children who have been taken advantage of online, on different social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, and others, you'll find that most times they are the girls, where their pictures have been shared in very sensitive positions. In terms of the cases we have received, because we have a platform called YouReport, about 80% of these cases are about sexual violence. So as much as in the calls, I will not get so much of the sexual violence, through other mechanisms that we receive, we'll find the sexual violence cases shooting up. In terms of our closure rate, it has been growing from 40% in 2022 to now 49% overall. We mind about the issue of quality and not quantity. So we'll not tell you that, things are progressing well, when actually they're not progressing. So like I've just highlighted a bit, child neglect cases, they steadily decrease, they increase, like that. But one thing we have noticed is the issue of the unknown cases, which have sharply increased. People call, but they basically are not clear about what case they're actually reporting. We're asking them, are you requiring information? No, I'm reporting a case. What is the case? Okay, first tell me, if I report my uncle who has been using my sister, who will look after my cousins? And if you can't answer that question, then people withdraw. The case is there. Even when you call them, they say, until you give me the best assurance, then I'll be able to. But we have seen people are testing, but they are not trusting the system. In terms of child labor and also child marriage, they remain low, but the concerning is limited to reporting. In the past, when we would do campaigns where we attend some of these functions to disorganize the functions, then the increase for cases of child marriage would increase. But these days, also the perpetrators have become innovative. They do not want to do functions. They decide to do what we call exchange of the animals and the different bride wealth that they require. And then those who would have reported don't have actual evidence. Like Afande said, they'll ask, where's the evidence? But me, I know the girl has been married. So you knowing and proving that this girl has been married off, yet the law says someone has to be 18, and the types of marriages are known, becomes quite cumbersome to actually prove. Then also we have seen some elements of violent child killings, and some of you have shared videos on different platforms. Sometimes those videos are not even in Uganda, and it makes it very hard for us to actually trace where these cases have happened. We have found that some cases are in Congo, are in Burundi, are in Malawi, different countries, Senegal, and all these different things. in terms of the perpetrators, there was that argument that when people are poor, then there's a lot of violence. Well, the data says otherwise. When we analyze the data, we found that most of the perpetrators are employed, about 61.7%. They are doing some kind of economic activity which is employing them, suggesting that economic activity does not actually translate to abuse, based on what is being reported to us. Then about 6.1 are unemployed, which challenges the assumption that poverty or joblessness are the main drivers of abuse. So someone may be in poverty, but looks after their family well, they love their children, they are happy. And then someone may be rich, and that's where the abuse is happening, okay? So the largest group of perpetrators are those aged between 30 to 44, which is 32.4%, followed by those aged 18 to 29, and then 45 to 59, indicating that most abuse is committed by adults in their prime working and parenting years. So we are here, we could be the perpetrators. So it's very funny when you look at what the data is saying. This one I'll just dwell on it a little bit because I wanted people to see, especially when it comes to the age category for the perpetrators. We have found out that even the children are abusing their fellow children based on the data. When we go to analyze, I say this one abused it, we only discover that actually they're also a child. But that has come into effect because the children themselves have experienced violence and therefore they're exhibiting what they learned onto their fellow children. But gradually we see that when the children are getting older, also the violence kind of decreases. Maybe because they're now empowered, like a brother said, that now the children have more rights, then the reporting also increases. So just a small summary, it's just to focus on the issues of the sexual abuse, highlighting that the issues of abuse continue, but especially for sexual, it is also perpetrated by the children themselves on each other. So which is something that we need also think about. We are leaving our children with the maids, we're leaving our children with the shamba boys, the aunties, the uncles. Some of these have experienced a lot of consumption of pornography. They have different sexual orientations in their minds, and therefore they will act out to these vulnerable children. And then, of course, child neglect being most common type, especially by those who are just becoming adults, implying that when these young girls and boys are taken into issues of child marriage, they don't know how to parent, and therefore what they will do will just be a try and error. And then, of course, physical abuse relatively spread across the groups, with the youngest being 0 to 14. And when it comes to the adults, it's kind of slightly higher in terms of proportion. So in terms of progress, just to touch on to what Afande also was touching on, the issue of a case entering into the justice system and then getting completed. When we look at our last year cases, we found ourselves that about 521 cases reached the court, but they are not yet resolved, they are in court. Then others ended up at the LC. This is the LC1 court. That is about 10%. Then we have those that are at the probation office, about 4.5% of these cases that were reported to us, and then those that were reported to police, about 16.5%. Then there are those you see which are retained at Sauti. Now, these are cases that have been at the different levels. They have gone to court, they have been at police, they say they were never helped. And therefore, we have to investigate to understand what exactly led these cases not to progress. But also at the same time, we have cases whereby you find the survivors have been traumatized beyond the reasoning in terms of them being able to justify what happened to them. And therefore, they cannot easily actually come into support. But also, about 13.6 are with the NGOs, the faith-based organizations, the social workers that work within these different institutions. We have sent these cases to them for support. But then about 7.0, they are not known where they are. They are not in court, they are not at the helpline, they are not with the probation, they are not in court, they are not with the social workers. People have their cases and they are not willing to move anywhere. But they reported them to us and they stopped there. So What we're just trying to say is that nearly half of all the cases are retained at Sauti without progressing due to the external justice channels. So this implies that most of these cases are handled by the councillors to try and get them back into the system. So, and the police being involved in the 16.5 of these cases, where the local council's 10% and the probation 4.5, reflecting a greater reliance on the community-based and administrative approaches rather than the formal legal avenues. So the social workers are also important in terms of addressing some of these critical issues and enabling these cases go through the justice system quite well. I end with that clear picture to just say it will take all of us in this room to actually address issues of violence against children. It doesn't need to be me. It just needs everyone to do their part, right from the family level until we're able to address this. But as the ministry, currently what we are doing is to ensure we have a Bible. When I say Bible, we call it a compendium, a case management compendium, focusing on violence against children, gender-based violence, mental health and psychosocial support, harmful cultural practices that will guide the social service workforce. We're already in advanced stages and we hope we'll be able to have this validated soon. We're also planning to work on the reintegration guidelines because we realized everyone takes children who are out of parental care in their own way. So it's a bit of a challenge. So we're going to have national reintegration guidelines. Also with support of Save the Children, we are working on the national safeguarding guidelines, and we hope these will also come into effect very soon. We are also having a parenting certificate program, which we are running in Makerere, because we realize those who are doing programming around parenting need information. Then we're also running a social welfare officer program in various selected districts. We are also doing the translation of IC materials into the local language, working with World Vision. And we're also doing a lot of social service workforce strengthening with support from UNICEF. And we are also planning to do the next VAC survey. Everyone say VAC survey. Because we need now to understand broader what is the extent of violence against children in this country across the board. Thank you very much for listening.
Well, thank you very much, John. You didn't give us the breakdown between the monogamous versus the polygamous. Who are most violent?
Well, it is something very interesting. Just I didn't put it up. Violence, according to the helpline data, violence happens more in families where there is a father and a mother, followed by where there are single mothers, followed by where there are grandparents, followed by where they are child-headed, then the others, the polygamous ones. Maybe because somehow the women find their way or the men are absent, I don't know. But it's where there is a father and mother, not husband and wife, where a family has a father and mother, not necessarily that they are married, but where the two are. It seems they don't know how to parent. But we saw there's more violence there, followed by the single parents, like where Afande said, where you have a mother who has 7 children, she has to fend for them, and all this. But that is what it is.
So the presence of the parents in the home is more disastrous to the children than being protective to the children.
We saw it in COVID.
Thank you very much. Now, the eyes have it. You have had it. If you asked me, in terms of child protection, under the Department of Youth and Children Affairs, where should we invest more? I'll tell you, invest in the child helpline. It's doing a good job, like you have seen. And so my colleagues, the development partners, yes, we can discuss and see how you can support more the child helpline to ensure protection of our children. The cases are so high. And behind the cases, there are real human beings. This is not just data. There are people behind the data that you have just had, right from Ruth to John. Now I have a proposal. According to my program, we are supposed to do some discussions. But I'm of the view that since the issues we are talking about are all related, can we do all these two panels, then we have some time to discuss? The ayes have it. You have agreed with me. So can I take this rare and singular honor to thank the first panel. The first panel, you can disembark. You can clap better than that. You can disembark. And I want now to go into another panel discussion. They have informed me that this is brief. You know, these are doctors and they tend to be mean with their words. They just present facts. So they don't intend to take a lot of your time. So I'm going into presentation, selected key studies and civil society lessons. Let me start with Dr. Josephine Ndagire. She's a lecturer at the School of Law, Makerere University. She's also a principal consultant at Grandstein Consult Limited and has consulted for several entities, including the UN Women, Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, IGAD, the judiciary, among others. She's an expert in criminal justice, human rights, and transitional justice. Join me in welcoming Josephine. Josephine, you can go straight. Let me also, no, you can fix your machines as I introduce the others. Dr. Peter Chisache, he's a senior lecturer at Makerere University and a fellow of the Baobab Program Research Consortium that conducted the ever first humanitarian violence against children survey in all refugee settlements in Uganda. Can I request you, Dr. Peter Chisache, to shift to the chairs there so that they know who you are. My third culprit for this session is Irene Kagoya. Kagoya is an associate director, advocacy at World Vision Uganda. She's a human rights advocate with great passion for children and women's rights. I have not heard those who are passionate about the men's rights. But it's okay, we're a marginalized group of people, so let it be. So those are my three people. Irene, can you shift? Okay. So let's start with Dr. Chisache. Meanwhile, can I recognize the presence of Mr. Fred Ngabirano Salongo? He's our Commissioner for Youth and Children Affairs. And can you, Fred, kindly shift to this table where I am so that we can see you better. He's a Salongo. And Fred, you must know that my king is a Salongo now. And so you are not alone. Thank you for joining us. Yes, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Good morning to you all. I'm going to present findings of a study that was commissioned by the National Association of Women Judges, a section of the judiciary, a few years ago. This study was undertaken in 2021, and it is titled Assessment of Justice Delivery for Victims of Defilement in Uganda, a 13-year trends analysis. Why did the judiciary commission this study? Before I get into that, I just want to highlight how the presentation is going to flow. If we could move to the next slide, please. I'll briefly talk about it, then I'll share findings of the police, Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, and the judiciary itself, and then the recommendations. So without getting into the details of the data that my colleagues from police and Sauti have shared, I think we are right on the heels of that. I won't belabor that again, but just to emphasize that defilement is very high. The abuse, the sexual abuse of our girls and boys is really high. And the judiciary, the women judges were concerned. They were concerned about the trends and wanted to understand why, despite the Penal Code Amendment in 2007, I don't know if you remember what that amendment was, but essentially, before 2007, only girls could be defiled, and they could only be defiled a certain way. And I'm going to be explicit, just so we understand. You needed to sexually penetrate the organs of a girl. Now, there was a shift in 2007, and the law said you don't have to use a sexual organ to defile a girl. You can defile her with any other organ, fingers, the tongue, and other parts of the body. The law left that open, but also brought the boy child into the fold and said boys can be defiled as well, can be sexually abused. And so what was concerning the women judges was why, despite this law, cases remained high. So this study was undertaken in 2021, like I mentioned, and it was going back 13 years, from 2007 up to that point in 2021. So what we found, I don't know if it's possible to pull up the actual report on page 12. I shared that. Is it possible to pull that up? It's not possible? Okay, that's okay. So in summary, what happened is that right after the amendment in 2008, we saw a decline of defilement cases from about 12,000 to 8,000 per year that year. But those cases remained stable. They didn't increase, neither did they decrease. They remained stable from about 2008 to 2013. And then in 2014, the cases peaked to 18,500 cases. That is even higher than before the law, the 2007 amendment. So the question was, why? What happened? And to this day, the cases average 14,000. So why is that the case? Why isn't this law working? The focus was, of the study was the police. We looked into the challenges of the police and how they conduct investigations, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, as well as the judiciary. The scope, the study was national. It covered several areas. I have since moved. If you could move the slides, please. Oh, it's me to do that? Oh, this? Can you help me? So we are on scope. Next slide. Next, go back, please. Yes, so it was a national study. We covered the eastern region, Mbale, Tororo, Kamuli districts, central region, Mityana, Rakai, midwestern region, Kabarole, southwestern, Mitoma, West Nile, Nebi, northern Amuru and Dokolo districts, and Napak, the Karamoja districts. So it was qualitative, and we had interviews with stakeholders, the whole chain, from the LC courts, community leaders, development community officers, magistrates, judges, the whole chain, probation officers and others, as well as key informants who included the victims themselves, victims that were 18 years and over. And we also had focus group discussions. So ladies and gentlemen, these are the findings. Much of what we found at police has been shared by Ms. Agnes, but I will just emphasize a few points. And what I want to underscore here is that the chain, she posed an important question: why are there no convictions? The judiciary was asking the same questions, and here's what we found. The chain of justice is broken at the investigation stage. At the investigation stage, that is where the problems begin. There is a lack of technical capacity to investigate defilement. Police don't have that capacity. Even worse, when you're looking at very small children, maybe who don't even talk yet, and maybe where they were the only witnesses. There was no adult around, and there are multiple suspects, and this child can't talk, or they are not coherent in speech. Police cannot handle those kinds of cases, and that creates a very wide problem. Secondly, where the victims report, there is no privacy. You talked about the booths, you talked about the posts and the stations, among other police institutions. But what we found in the field was that despite having a police presence in all of these areas, there is no, number one, privacy. If I walk into a station and I have to talk about what has happened to me at a desk full of people, no one wants to do that. And so many people end up turning back. And that notwithstanding, these booths and posts are not facilitated, they are not resourced. We found police who didn't have stationery. They were using papers. The papers were flying all over the place, which then begs the question on the accuracy of the data that police collects. Because by the end of the year, these papers are lost and they are all misplaced. So there was a significant problem there. And again, you talked about transportation. I won't belabor that. It's very difficult. Police ask for money to reach distances that are very far off. And if the victims or their parents can't pay, then that many times is the end of the matter. Police Form 3, which is supposed to be a medical form, is highly, highly monetized. Very monetized, in going for between 30,000 and 50,000 Uganda shillings. It's not supposed to be sold, but it is sold. And not only that, there are various versions in the field of Police Form 3. So it was revised, but there are those that still have the older version, which specifically requires the police surgeon, which is no longer the case. So there is that confusion. And people are not willing to go to other medical officers who might be closer to where they are, because they think, or they've been told, that it is a police surgeon that must do this. But the bigger point is that the forms are not affordable for many of the victims. Again, going back to capacity, the specimen collected decomposes, it's not done, collected on time, it's not stored well. Other challenges at police include extrajudicial settlements, where police encourage, sometimes the parents use the reference number, like my colleagues mentioned, but it's also not uncommon for police to encourage these settlements at the police station and to benefit monetarily. And so moving on from police, this is what we found at, as the issues in the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. State attorneys were few compared to the workload and the geographical coverage. We found a state attorney who was working in 2 districts, Tororo and Bale, and they have all these cases, and not just defilement cases, every single criminal case. So the workload was insurmountable. But I think 2 years ago, I heard it was reported that more had been recruited by the Ministry of Justice. We are yet to check for the accurate numbers, but at the time, they were very understaffed. The files are incomplete, and the witnesses disappear. So those are 2 separate points. The first point is that police finish investigations. They also have an issue of understaffing, which she talked about. So because of that, investigations are rushed. And what happens is that incomplete files are sent to the state attorney. And once you have an incomplete file, you can't do much with it. It's missing information and you cannot sustain a charge. Then you have disappearance of witnesses. Again, there are no funds to make sure that these people attend court. So they disappear, they don't come. And if you don't have a witness, it is a problem, the case will die. Inadequate notice of High Court's sexual and gender-based violence cases. So the High Court has these sessions where they go and hear all cases in one period. So what the prosecution was saying is that they just wake up one day and say, we are going to Gulu district and we're going to have sessions on SGBV. The prosecution has not prepared their witnesses, the files are not prepared, and so in such a situation, it's very unlikely, because the witnesses will not show up, that the case will fail, will not succeed. Yet there was a problem of bush lawyers. Bush lawyers are middlemen who hang around courts. They are not really lawyers, but they hang around courts. They're usually clerks or some paralegals, some people who have some knowledge of the law. So they hang around and tell litigants that they are an agent of the judicial officer, a magistrate or a judge, and they negotiate bail, forge birth certificates. You know, birth registration is not really mandatory in this country. So if a 20-year-old has defiled a 17-year-old, it's very easy for this bush lawyer to come up with a document, a certificate of sorts that lowers the age of this offender. And we heard from the field that in many situations, the case would miraculously change from defilement to child-to-child sex. Why? Because of that problem. But bush lawyers had a big role to play in that respect. Again, you have the transport problem to attend court. There are prolonged delays. For the cases, that is, very prolonged delays. Magistrates tend to hear cases all year long, defilement cases, which is unlike the High Court. So with these prolonged delays, victims get fatigued, they move, they shift, and they go to different places. And if you don't have them, again, it prejudices the case. There is also an inconsistent application of legal standards. So the judiciary has been very progressive. And if you look at the case law, they've done a really good job. For example, the judges have said consistently now that you don't need a medical form. Medical evidence is not fatal to the case. You can prosecute a case just by the oral testimony of the victim, as long as the victim is credible. But what is happening in practice is that the state attorneys will insist on this physical evidence. They want the bruises, they want the foam, they want the soiled sheets, and all of these things. And if they can't get them, or if they think they don't have them, then these cases do not progress, but which is really a problem. That was a Supreme Court case, Tambala Fred, 2014, that changed that. When it comes to the judiciary, there is a misinterpretation of the law in two respects. Now, I want to be very careful here because I know that it has crystallized in our criminal justice system. So what is happening, and many of the problems are because the criminal justice sector has created an offense. They've created an offense known as simple defilement. That is not an offense in law. It is not. The law provides for defilement and aggravated defilement. Defilement cannot be simple. The maximum penalty for defilement is life. Life. And that is when, in the absence of aggravating factors, there is sexual activity with a child between 14 and 17 years, defilement. Then when you have aggravating factors, you're a serial offender, you are a person in authority, you are HIV positive, the victim is disabled, that becomes aggravated defilement. So why is this important? It's important, very important, because it's the basis of negotiations and half-hearted investigations. These children, 14, 15, 16, are regarded as, okay, you're old enough. And so somehow the criminal justice system encourages negotiations of these cases because maybe because of cultural purposes, they are regarding this offense as not serious enough. It's sort of okay. And it has ripple effects. We also saw this at the Court of Appeal. So some High Court judges, in a case that is quote unquote simple, the victim is 17 or 16, a High Court judge will maybe issue maybe 20 years or 25. There is a pattern of reduction of sentences at the Court of Appeal, where the Court of Appeal justices are saying too harsh, 10 years, too harsh, 5 years. And so when we asked, why are you reducing these sentences? And they're saying these girls are not that young, they were already sexually active, it's very harsh, she's 16, she was 15. So there's this problem, significant problem, all throughout the justice chain. So I wanted to really emphasize that. Secondly, there's also confusion about the ages. So we asked the judges at the Court of Appeal, I remember one specifically saying, aggravated defilement, when the law says 14, it means that includes 14-year-olds. The law says 14 and below. You have judges who are saying 15. You have prosecutors also who are confused about the age, the actual age. So that is something that is really causing problems because it has bearings. Then secondly, visual audio links that were introduced are only available in a few courts, which means a victim has to attend court, even if it's closed. They get nervous and cannot speak, which is a problem for the judiciary. Then there is no mechanism to identify serial offenders. The law says if you're a serial offender, it's aggravated, but there's no way, there's just no way to tell. Ms. Agnes was talking about someone who has 20 victims, for example. How do you tell? If I defile a child in Masaka, in Tororo, in Kampala, I go around the country doing that, there's just no way of telling whether this person is a repeat offender. The court also said they lack powers to protect vulnerable children. They are not equipped in that regard. That, of course, also links into the absence of a victim and witness protection program that I know they've been talking about for years and years, maybe a decade now, but it's still not materializing. Similarly, the court lacks the capacity to verify documents, including birth certificates, and there are no resources to compel witnesses. In theory, witnesses can be compelled. You can be forced to testify, but in reality, the court can't do that. It can't make you come. It doesn't have those powers. And including medical personnel, if they filled police form 3A, and this is against the backdrop of my earlier statement that it's not required, you can convict just with the oral testimony of the victim. But if the victim is not in court and you have a poorly filled medical form, police form 3, and the officer or the medical officer who filled that form is not in court, then you can't have a case. You should have either a well-filled form or the victim at the very minimum. And then there's insufficient evidence, which is why there are nolle prosequis, which really means the case is discontinued for lack of prosecution, for want of prosecution. Why does this come about? Because prosecution, they say they go back to police, we want more evidence, look into here, the police doesn't follow those leads. And so the case goes on trial, but with very limited evidence. And as the prosecution scrambles around to get more, the court will dismiss the case. The main reports, which I encourage all of you to read, I shared it with the organizers, has graphs of how many convictions, how many acquittals, how many dismissals. The numbers are really heartbreaking in comparison to the reported cases. There are so many leakages in the criminal justice system. So in sum, these were the recommendations. We need an information management system to ease reporting. What we found was very interesting. So we got figures from prosecution, figures from police, figures from the judiciary. If you didn't know that these figures were from the same country, you would really be surprised. The figures don't speak to each other. Police has completely different information. Judiciary, different information. So we need an information management system that will allow for accuracy in data compilation. Again, we need a national sexual offenders register. It's very important to know which children are at risk. We need an integrated service facility that offers holistic services. It is not enough to prosecute the victim, to prosecute the offender, because it does not help the victim. We need holistic services, psychosocial support, medical services, integrated, what you can find in one place. Not a case of go to Uganda Law Society Legal Aid, then go to this NGO, then go to, we need something that's integrated to protect our children. We also need a victim and witness protection program, continuous capacity building to challenge distorted views of the law. We need to strengthen human resource in all justice institutions. We need to increase funding for police and the prosecution, and tough measures need to be taken against people, officers especially, who sell police form 3A. That was the biggest hurdle, police form 3A, and who encourage corrupt practices, such as encouraging settlements and brokering deals with bush lawyers. There is need to exempt defilement and other SGBV cases from the session system. SGBV cases should be heard as soon as possible. It's important to develop standard operating procedures and guidelines. UN Women has done some work around this. They've developed a navigation guide for victims when you are abused. What do you do? Where do you go? What might you expect? So they've done some work towards that. And then it's important to cooperate with other actors, first responders, NGOs, churches. It's important for investigators and criminal justice actors. Then finally, punishment should be commensurate with the gravity of the offense. Thank you very much.
Can you clap better than that for Dr. Josephine? You can take your seat. That side, thank you so much. You have had it from police to the judiciary to everywhere. Things are not okay. And we cannot sit here and pretend as if things are okay. You can see the rot around, including monetizing Police Form 3A. You have now heard about the bush lawyers. You know, in every sector in this country, there are some people you can't explain. In Masanyanaze, you hear about the Kamiofu. Now I'm here for the first time that they are bush lawyers. And they always carry bags and they are smartly dressed and they are around courts. You have to be very careful about who you are dealing with. Maximum sentence for defilement is life imprisonment, nothing less. But as you speak, let me also inform you, the office of the ODPP is falling vacant anytime. So for some of you who want to try it out, see me after this session. Let me recognize and request the Chief of Child Protection, UNICEF, Ms. Veronica Avati, she's here with us, to provide me with security. I need you around here, around me, because I want your security, because I'm about to ask for a few things. You've had a number of things have gone wrong, and you are one of those development partners that I rely on. Information management system, the information from different angles are not talking to each other. We need to do something. Thank you so much, Dr. Josephine. Now, let me go to Dr. Peter Kisache. He's going to give us highlights of the first ever violence against children and youth survey conducted exclusively in humanitarian setting. Dr. Chisache.
Thank you very much.
And you told me you are normally very brief.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm happy that I speak after my colleague has spoken, because she talked about issues about disability and so forth. So now I'm going to, sort of like cast some figures on some of the things we've been talking about. Excuse me. And I think someone can share, put my slides on the screen. Okay, cool, thank you. So these are insights from the Uganda Humanitarian Violence Against Children and Youth Survey. We call that the HVACs. It was conducted by Baobab. Now, Baobab is a consortium. That's the research program consortium. It includes 3 main organizations. The first one is the African Population and Health Research Center, APHRC. The other one is the Population Council, Inc., and Population Council, Kenya. And all these are located in Nairobi. So we just want to sort of like generate evidence on SRH, mostly in refugee settlements. So I'll just go through the objectives, and then I'll share some highlights, and then I'll end with the takeaways. So the main objective as to why we did this exercise, it was done in 2022, the first of its kind. We wanted to assess the burden of violence against children and youth, and we are doing this in refugee settlements. Now, my colleague John talked about the first VACs that was conducted in the country, but it excluded refugee settlements. And so because now these are vulnerable, so we thought that we could actually learn something from refugee settlements. Remember, Uganda hosts, I think, the largest number of refugees on the continent. So it was important that we learn something about this. But also, we wanted to identify the risk and protective factors and how these refugee children utilize the services in the settlements and also the health consequences. But we also wanted to guide, violence prevention and response programs and policies. So the methodology is not any different from the standard national VACs that has been carried out in so many countries. We are using the same methodology as guided by CDC. And so we adapted that. And we did this work in all refugee settlements in the country, 13 of them. But obviously, we didn't include urban refugees, okay? Because I know you will find some refugees in Kampala. Because they are not situated in one locality, so then we couldn't include them in the study. But in terms of the sample, and I should mention that the methodology also includes split sampling, because we worry that, some of the people reporting some of these cases may be living within the same vicinity as the offenders. So it's about protection. In terms of the sample, we targeted about 1,338 females in the age group 13-24, and for the males, 9 to 7. Now, there was so much extensive training. I think we did this for 3 weeks, if I remember. And of course, the ethical protocols, and we can talk about the local, regulatory, going through the Office of the Prime Minister, and so forth. We know these protocols, yeah. So, because we know that some of the children we speak to may have experienced violence. So again, we went in for the caseworkers, they were part of the training, to provide, accompaniment, but also to refer some of these victims to the services. Okay, so just to emphasize that this is the first of its kind in the whole world, and it was done in Uganda. Now, what is different, of course, just like what I've said, what is different between the VACs that John talked about and the HVACs? That the VACs was nationally represented, okay? For the HVACs, so the other one didn't consider refugee settlements. For the HVACs, we said, let's only go into the refugee settlements. In terms of the study population, that's the same, 13-24 years old. Again, it's about multi-stage sampling and split sampling, okay? So both, scenarios, we use the same methodology. We're talking about physical, sexual, emotional violence, and so is the HVACs. But the only now exception here is that we're asking these children, did the first incident occur before coming to the settlement or after coming to the settlement? In terms of the knowledge and utilization of services, that's the same. But now, and I think that's why I said I'm happy because I spoke after Josephine, we included the disability status using the Washington Group indicators. And I'm going to share that just now. So these are the highlights that stood out. Violence against children is very common. And I think in the morning when some of my colleagues were introducing themselves, they talked about bad things being normalized, okay? When you go to these settlements, when you look at the prevalence, when you look at the cases reported, you realize that violence is very common among these children. 43% and about 50% of males in the age group 18-24 reported to have experienced this before they turned 18. And about half of them, half of the females, and we're talking about roughly about 2/3 of males aged 13-17 years old, they had ever experienced physical, sexual, and emotional violence. Now, for the 13-17, that's lifetime. For the 18-24, we asked them about the experiences when they were children. That's before age 18. Now, the survivors of childhood violence experienced the first incident after arriving in the settlement, okay? So, now this is very worrisome because then these are children that have left their home countries, either because of war, political persecution, name it, you know. And so now they have chosen to go to a place like Uganda, where they are going to seek refuge, where they expect to get protection, but instead end up being abused. So you can see these cases reporting that they have been abused, you know, in a place they thought they would actually be protected. In terms of, and the pattern is the same for sexual violence, physical and emotional violence, okay? Over 60%, okay? And in terms of females, okay? Again, for the males, we see slightly very high rates. I mean, we're talking about over 40%. Sexual violence in childhood is higher among females than males, and most of the literature has actually alluded to this, okay? So, any sexual violence, and again, we included so many forms of violence. We talked about touching, unwanted attempted sex, pressured or coerced sex, and physically forced sex. Okay, so any of them, about 20%. Okay, again, that's among females. Slightly, of course, for all forms of violence, higher among females than males. Sorry, I go back. Okay. Experience of childhood violence. Here we're talking about physical violence and sexual violence by disability status. Okay, and I think this is something that has come up quite often. That people living with a disability, they are more likely to be abused. Okay, and what we see again, in terms of females, slightly more. Okay, those that reported a form of violence, and it's the same pattern even when it comes to males, except, for the case of males, more males reported more than the females. But so disability becomes then a risk factor for experiencing violence. Experience of violence, again talking about physical and sexual by disability status. Now, the previous one was among, let me just go back, it was among the older youth, okay, and children, 18-24, okay. And so now this is slightly among the younger children and youth, 13-17. Again, the same pattern, okay. Those that are living with a form of disability reported more cases of abuse compared to those not living with a disability. And the same pattern among both females and males. We talked about the experience of violence, physical and sexual violence, by status of having witnessed violence. And I think the chair in the morning, you made a statement that was very interesting. You said that our homes or families are in intensive care because the children, once they witness violence in the homes where they live, they are likely to copy these behaviors. They are likely to become more violent. You know what I mean? So it's important that in our homes where we live, these homes become violent-free, okay? Because somehow it tortures. And when you look at even the literature, okay, children who have grown up or lived in homes that are violent, they're likely to become violent because then they say, no, I saw my dad, I saw my mom doing this, I can also do it, okay? So what do we see? Again, those that witnessed family violence were more likely to experience violence compared to those that did not experience family violence. Now, this pattern is the same, again, for both females and males. This is among older youth and children. But even when you look at slightly younger adolescents, okay, 13, 17, you see the same pattern, okay? Witnessing family violence vis-a-vis not witnessing family violence, slightly more cases of violence compared to those that didn't witness family violence. Disclosure and health seeking for childhood sexual violence. So what do we see? More males knew of a place where to seek help, okay? More males told someone about sexual abuse, okay? More males sought help for sexual abuse, okay? Unlike the females, okay? So they have experienced violence, but females, for some reason, they are less likely to report. They are less likely to tell someone about sexual violence. And some of the reasons could be those that Josephine alluded to. The privacy, being shy, stigma, no systems to protect, and so forth. So that could be the reason. And after the HVACs, we ran an intervention because we didn't want to stop at this. So we ran an intervention in Chiriandongo. One of the reasons I think speaks to the officer, because I think in 2023, if I'm not mistaken, the Uganda National Police Report for Crimes, I don't know if I'm using the right whatever, it noted that Chiriandongo district had one of the highest cases of violence reported in the entire country. So then we thought, given that Chiriandongo refugee settlement is one of our study, so we thought that actually we could run the intervention in Chiriandongo, and we did this in 2 schools, okay? Now, very interesting things, the commissioner stepped out because, he's the one that commissioned the report from the routine screening intervention, and we did that, I think, last year in Kampala. Health conditions associated with violence for females in humanitarian settings. Now, the health conditions of female survivors of childhood violence, again, this is among older adolescents, older youth, okay, 1824. Now, we try and do a comparison between, sexual violence survivors and non-survivors. One of the things that came out strongly was mental distress in the past 30 days, okay? The other one is ever intentionally hurting themselves. And again, all these speak to depression, okay? We've written another paper separately. I think it's published in Child Protection and Practice, and I can share that with Justus after this, where we, specifically now discuss mental distress coming from people who reported that they have experienced violence, childhood violence. Ever thought about suicide ideation? Someone's thinking about killing themselves, okay? Ever attempted suicide? But also, ever had symptoms or diagnosis of STIs, okay? When you look at, sorry, did I go forward? Yes. Now, when you look at survivors of physical violence, okay? Again, slightly higher among the same, okay? Mental distress, ever intentionally hurting themselves, suicide ideation, ever attempted suicide, but also being diagnosed of STIs. Emotional violence is the same pattern, okay? Across the same indicators. So you can see that physical, sexual, and emotional actually leads, there are risk factors to experiencing any of these. Now, we noted some similar patterns observed for health conditions with violence for males, okay, in humanitarian settings. What are the key takeaways? Violence against children is very common in humanitarian settings, okay? This is a vulnerable population group that should receive protection, but sadly, they end up being abused. What is very troubling is that females are more likely to experience their first incident after arriving in the settlement. Now, some of the risk factors, and I've just discussed this, and of course my colleagues talked about them: disability status. Someone who is living with a disability is more likely to experience violence, but also witnessing violence in the homes where we live, okay? And other factors, I've not showed them here, but of course, in the other publications that are now in public domain, we talk about orphanhood and early marriage. The health conditions associated with experiencing violence in childhood, of course, depression, mental distress, suicidal thoughts, and reporting STI symptoms. So I want to thank you very much. And of course, just like I said, this program is supported by the Population Council, Inc., Population Council Kenya, and the PCRC. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Peter. There we are. Humanitarian settings. What is happening is also not desirable. Something needs to be done. And perhaps there is more violence in those settlements more than in the host communities. But they deserve better. We need to do something. I now want to move on to Associate Director, Communication and Advocacy at the World Division, speaking on behalf of Joining Forces Coalition. Is going to tell us the civil society lessons from using evidence to campaign for increased investment for sexual violence against children response in Uganda. And that's the reason I was strategic, to make sure the Chief UNICEF is near me, because then I can talk very quickly on the resource issues. Irene, you have the floor.
All right. Thank you so much, Commissioner, and good afternoon, everyone. It's interesting that this presentation has come right after all the other presentations we've had, even right from the morning. And it raises the big question of how do we then use data and move data from just mere information but to action. And before I commence with the presentation, I would just like to give a brief background about this particular presentation on why we are looking at utilization of evidence for increased investments towards ending sexual violence against children. World Vision International, in collaboration with FP Analytics, with support from Oak Foundation, did undertake a study on safeguarding childhood across 20 high-income countries, including middle-income and low-income countries. And Uganda specifically happens to be one of the targeted countries. And that study was looking at the transparency in regard to resource allocation when it comes to responding and preventing sexual violence against children. That study did prompt a project that is looking at shifting from data to action, increasing investment to end sexual violence against children. When we shared the findings of that report with some of the members that are actually in this room, we had lots of discussion around how are we as civil society utilizing the evidence to really build a case for government and other actors to increase resources towards prevention and response actions for SVAC. So when we had that meeting and dissemination session, civil society actors did reflect on a couple of things. And I'll not go into the numbers. I think all of that contextual background has really been elaborated quite well through the different sessions. But I would just like to state that one of the key things that we are seeing is that many civil society actors, particularly those that are targeting child protection interventions, are doing a lot and subsidizing government when it comes to responding and preventing sexual violence against children. And Joining Forces did make a presentation this morning showing how much contribution we are making towards child protection interventions, including SVAC. So one of the things that we reflected on was prioritizing children's rights in budgets. And it's very obvious that children form one of the largest user groups that are dependent on public services. I mean, if we're having a population of over 50% being children, it goes without say that the public services largely will serve children. So whether we are acting or not, children are the ones who are mostly affected. So the fiscal decisions that we make definitely have profound effect on the well-being of children. And our biggest engagements have been around ensuring that children's rights are prioritized through planning and budgeting processes, because this is enshrined and anchored within different policy frameworks, the UN CRC, that's the Convention on Children's Rights, the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of Children. So it's important that children's rights are prioritized in budgets, specifically the ones along sexual violence against children, because this definitely has lasting impact on the economic growth and inclusive development, as well as sustainability when it comes to the well-being of any economy. So maybe just to focus here a little bit. In terms of the lessons that we have learned, one of the lessons we have learned is that while there is a lot of evidence that has been generated by different players, as we've seen this morning, the big question has been, how do we package that evidence to help us tell the story even much better and with greater influence on our policy maker, for instance? Because how we package that information becomes very, very important for us if we are to really translate this data into the resources that we need to improve the well-being of children in terms of protection from sexual violence. Because we also need to really show the cost of inaction. I think some of us could have seen a study that was done by one of the UN agents, I think it is UNFPA, that did a study on the cost of inaction for teenage pregnancy. That was a very, very comprehensive study that really told a good story. But as civil society actors, together with government and other development partners, how do we show the cost of inaction? Because this is a big problem that that has a lot of potential to continue impacting many generations to come. So the cost of inaction is a gap. If we could even undertake a deeper study to understand the cost of inaction when it comes to specifically sexual violence against children, that study would also help us really package that information better to tell the story. Then we're also looking at one of the lessons around targeted capacity strengthening for effective planning and budgeting for Evac. Interactions with some of the officials from Ministry of Finance, we have learned that actually how we also influence them to understand sexual violence against children is important, because their questions are, okay, how do we then cost it? You're telling us that they are defiled, that at the probation office, these are the funding gaps that we're experiencing. But if we're to cost, for example, how much would it cost for us, for government, how much would it cost a government, for instance, to run a prevention, let's say, program? Or to even, how much would it cost the government to be able to integrate costs around responding to a defilement case, whether it's at the level of police station or it's at the level of probation office. So we need as civil society to be able to have more focused and targeted capacity training initiatives for policymakers, but even for ourselves as civil society actors to be able to communicate the message around planning and budgeting to end sexual violence against children. The other lesson that we have learned over the years of engaging with the subject of sexual violence against children and advocating to see that the situation changes is the lesson of child participation. Working with different actors, joining forces, Uganda Child Rights NGO Network, we have had opportunities where we have involved children in budgeting processes. And it has really helped to amplify children's voices. We need to do more and be able to build their capacities to be part of these conversations, even at the local government level. While at national level, we are able to create some of these opportunities, but that is really a drop in the ocean. We need children to be speaking about these issues during the local budget consultation processes, because this is a mandate within the Local Government Act. Children have a right to be part of these planning processes, and they have capacity to tell their story, and who else other than them is better to do so. Then the other one that we've learned is that we need to strengthen financing strategies to end sexual violence against children. One would be that budget allocations for child protection is critically low. And we realize that it's critically low because when you look at the allocations that have been made between 2021 to even up to 2025 budget, you look at the budget that goes to Youth and Children's Affairs Department in Ministry of Gender, is still oscillating between 0.5% to 0.6% of the total national budget. So what does that then mean? There is need to strengthen the strategies in terms of the amount that is allocated to respond to child protection. Then there's also the other issue where we have realized that there is lack of dedicated budget lines for sexual violence against children. There is a strong assumption that sexual violence against children, of course, not even an assumption, but it's a reality. If you send a girl to school or a boy to school, the chances of them being abused become much less. When you make sure that they are able to access health care, again, you also reduce on their level of vulnerability. So you find that protection of children is spread all through different sectors. But the question around sexual violence against children lacking a specific budget line becomes a huge challenge. And I think you can take an example of a child who has been defiled from a school setting, for example. We know that, I think it was John Mugisha who was presenting and shared with us figures whereby most of the victims of defilement are actually school-going children. But within the education budget, how much is actually allocated to just run, let's say, mindset change programs for children, for administrators, for the community, to see that actually these learners are protected? So tracing a line of budget for sexual violence against children within the budget for education is very, very difficult. And even for us as civil society actors, it becomes hard to track how much is allocated, how much is utilized when it comes to sexual violence against children. And then the other lesson we've also learned is meaningful coordination among state and non-state actors. Again, we know that ESVAC is a cross-cutting issue, but how well coordinated are we as actors? We also reflected, and we are reflecting on a lesson of strengthening follow-up mechanisms on government commitments. We need to do more also in that area to see that we improve allocations for ESVAC funding. Oh my God. Has it hung up on me? Seems to have hung up. Is it back? Thank you. So in terms of challenges, reflecting on our work as civil society actors, domestic resource mobilization for child protection is still weak. Most of the resources are really drawn or contributed by development partners. The other challenge we have also experienced is that most of the resources are largely channeled towards response, and there's very little that is being channeled towards prevention. And yet, how much do we save in terms of the life of a child if the damage has already been done? There's very little. So we need to be investing more in the prevention and less, not that less, but there's need for more towards prevention when it comes to addressing this issue. And of course, the other challenge has been around coordination within the different sectors, which I have already also highlighted, and heavy reliance on development partners. Most of the funding, when it comes to child protection, I think we're interacting with, I think it was some of the police officers. They will tell you that when it comes to the amount of money they receive to handle some of these cases, it's very limited. They are often taken to get more money from civil society actors. For you get money from, you have funding from development partners, and less is actually allocated to support the work. But again, for development partners, they are also not based in all the locations across the country. So what does that then mean? Some regions are getting the support, others are not. And even in terms of sustainability, especially at such a time, it becomes difficult. So as I conclude, looking at some of the recommendations and best practices, we are saying that there is a critical need to increase and ring-fence public expenditure by ensuring that we advocate for a dedicated ESVAC budget, particularly under the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, so that we are able to track and monitor the support that goes into ESVAC prevention and response. Would also need to consider improving budget transparency and tracking at both local and national level. Then there is also another recommendation around leveraging on community-driven child protection structures. And this is a best practice that is actually being done by Kenya. They have leveraged some of the community structures. They've trained community structures to understand sexual violence against children, how to prevent it, how to respond, and that could help us to also minimize the amount of resources that we inject in that particular area. Then the other one that we are also looking at or proposing is sustained investment in preventive measures. Again, like I had earlier on hinted, that we need to invest more in the prevention measures, mindset change, sensitization, awareness programs that are long-term. Very often a civil society actor will run a month campaign, but that's not sufficient enough. But how do we invest in long-term preventive measures? Then there is also the recommendations around integrated programming. For example, PDM program interventions, whether it's community health interventions, how do we leverage those spaces to drum this message, to sensitize communities to be able to know where to go to in case of an issue or how to be supported. I mean, it's so disturbing that up to now, a police form 3 can be monetarized at a police station. Just a paper, really, for 30,000. I mean, if we can raise more awareness among communities, perhaps that vice could be done away with. Then we also want to look at improved access and utilization of data generated through different sources. For example, the information that has been shared here today. How do we package it and make it accessible for different actors to use it? And Joining Forces Coalition is actually working towards this area, to putting together an online platform where we can collect all these sources of data for everyone to be able to access and utilize, where the information is packaged for different actors to access. So if we could improve that particular area, it would also really help us. But also sharing and learning from other countries. We can draw from South Africa. which has shown a strong political commitment. For instance, in their national strategic plan on gender-based violence and femicide, they have put together a dedicated presidential fund that is co-financed by both civil society and government, where they are allocating resources to respond to survivors of violence and raising public awareness. That could be a practice that we could learn from to see how civil society and together with government could put together some special fund that can just support this particular issue when it comes to sexual violence against children. Also, Tanzania has also sort of done the same under their National Action Plan of Action to End Violence Against Women and Children. They have sort of coordinated themselves and put together performance-based financing mechanisms and localizing budgets, putting together budgets to address regional specific vulnerabilities. So those are some of the recommendations and best practices, but maybe just also conclude is to let you know that this is a learning brief that we are putting together as Joining Forces Coalition together with partners, and we are at the stage of finalizing it, but I would like to take the opportunity to thank Ministry of Gender for giving us an opportunity to share insights even as we look to complete it. Thank you.
Can we say in the same vein as Minister of Gender, we are proud to associate with you and making our work easier through your support. Thank you. Can we clap for Irene again? So many things coming up, and many of them are related. The issue of investing more in prevention rather than responding is very critical. Prioritization of children issues in budgets, the issue of packaging of evidence to tell the story. Where Dr. Ndagire and Professor Warakira come from, they say in Sivambi, Edibya Mutere. How do we package? Because there is one way Professor Warakira coming up with data, and when you give it to Mondo, who is a consumer, I cannot interpret. And so how do we package this information to be able to be consumed? And then Kagoya emphasized the issue of emphasizing the cost of inaction. If we don't act, what happens? Disaster. Disaster. And finally, she talks about the budget allocation between 0.5 to 0.6 for Freddie's department. And then the issue of domestic resource mobilization for child protection. We are talking about multi-resource streams. That's what will make sense. Because with Donald Trump's virus, which you have already tested, things are not good. And so learning to depend on our own resources is the way to go. And the issue is, how much are we investing? Now, before I open up for a brief discussion, allow me invite the Child Protection Chief at UNICEF to give some strategic reflections on what is the thinking. What is the thinking on child protection in this country? Veronica.
Can I stay here? Yeah. Thank you so much, Commissioner. I think perhaps you have also read my mind, because also following the presentation of Mercy, right? They were joining forces. Irene. For me, it is, the few points that you clearly highlighted, it is really what, for me, it is critical. Very important that the response to forms must be framed within a very strong national child protection system that is really inclusive, agile, and fully resourced. And this has to be within the humanitarian and development settings. You know, the system has to be so agile that can be adapted to also any humanitarian crisis or emergency or public health emergency. Such a system, I think, should not just be providing effective responses, but also prioritize, prevention of risks and harm affecting children and women. And for me, a key pillar of the system is a social service workforce. Without a very well-trained and skilled and supported social service workforce, we cannot have a fully functional child protection system. The workforce, for me, is the backbone of delivering quality services, protection services, both in prevention and response. And equally critical is the aspect that has just been highlighted, is around the resources. I just finished the first year in Uganda since I arrived last year, and I see there have been a lot of efforts when it comes to evidence and advocacy for resource allocation. So how can we, together as all partners, can we really together with the government, make a compelling case for increased and sustained investment with greater allocation of domestic and national resources? The cost of inaction, as we just saw from World Vision, from Irene, right? Sorry, Irene, is far higher than the cost of ensuring adequate resources allocation. So if we don't act, this cost of ineffectiveness and action is much higher than if we are allocating resources. And when I say resources, I talk about both development partners, government, and in today's financial constrained environment, as Commissioner Mondo was saying that this year as the situation, the financial landscape is not promising at all, and it will not perhaps be promising, though we are really optimistic, we hope to be. It's paramount that for government and all partners across all the sectors, we join forces, civil society, development partners, ministries, we join forces, pool resources and maximize synergies. And this also leads me to my last reflection, which is around sustained and coordinated action, whereby under the leadership of the ministry and the government, we have a coordinated efforts, in order to maximize impact, in order to avoid duplication of efforts, and really to support Uganda and the government to build a resilient child protection system. Without that, we have seen, the level of efforts from all development partners, and still, we are talking about very, very worrisome figures and evidence regarding violence against children and women. So for me, it's very important, these coordinated efforts. How can we then move from evidence to action in terms of, do we need to meet with the Ministry of Finance, with the Parliament, with the President himself, to really make a case for increased investment in this sector? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Veronica. Those are her reflections. Social services workforce. It is Jeff Kennedy who said things don't happen, things are made. And you cannot see change without the requisite human resource that we need. We are now opening for about 10 minutes before Dr. Warakira comes in. Let me now invite Fred. Fred would like to say a few things. Okay, that's very beautiful. So any other comment from the audience?
You mean about the previous presentation? You said we sum it up.
Yeah, we are going to sum it up. Dr. Warakira is going to have a few minutes to present on making sense of research on EVAC and pathways for annual symposium in Uganda. Dr. Warakira, how much time do you want? Okay. Can we then move that way before we go to those other discussions? Yes, Professor Warakira.
All right. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good to be here again. Given the limited time we have, I'm trying to be pragmatic, right? So making sense, what do we pick out of what has been shared with us since morning? There isn't much time to do that, but let me make a few summaries and, and possibly see where they are leading us in terms of further research, strengthening practice, including programming and policy making. From the presentations today, I see that we have looked at the role, especially of government institutions, in generating evidence to inform practice. We have had the presentation from Uganda Police, which was very comprehensive. The judiciary, it was also very comprehensive and informative. And then the child helpline. All of you can agree with me that these institutions have not left the role of evidence generation to universities or academic institutions, but they are actively doing it. They have built it within their systems. Maybe for the judiciary, we didn't see that, but at least the research they have conducted has revealed a lot. Point number 2, we have had a sample of the role of the academia in terms of evidence building, and what my colleague has presented was very, very good. He gave us simply a sample from humanitarian settings, and also he mentioned that there are lots of publications which are in the pipeline. Now I'm happy to note that all of us are actively involved in this business, not only the academia, but also government and non-government institutions. And there is a lot to learn from that data that has been presented. Then in terms of institutional frameworks, again, the role of civil society, particularly in the area of advocacy. You've had the presenter from World Vision. She has done a very commendable job. It is work in progress. And I was wondering, actually, if you look at NGOs and the situation now they are experiencing funding, how pragmatic can they be? Because they are being now challenged, especially in terms of receiving funding. And one of the issues that the presenter raised was, again, to mobilize more funds. So what should be the way forward? That is a question for all of us to answer. Now, the other issue, again, which I saw coming up from the presentation, is that there is room to make further analysis from the evidence presented, especially by Uganda Police and the Child Helpline, to inform prevention and response. So behind the statistics, what is the story? And I think that could be very good in terms of sensitizing the masses and also talking to government institutions that are involved in supporting EVAC prevention and response. Again, going through very, very quickly, the other issue that I see emerging is that there is persistence of barriers to handling cases of EVAC in government systems. It appears as if it is the same story, being repeated year after year. So what is really the problem? Some of the presenters have talked about the personnel capacity, and some issues of capacity were coming up, like inability to carry out credible investigations, and also handling forensic evidence. But I think there is much more to that. Again, someone talked about the attitudes, for example, among the judiciary in lowering punishments for those who have committed defilement, because the society looks at a particular age bracket as almost adults rather than children. The issue of integrity also came out prominently. Now, there is a paper that we just wrote a while ago. I think it has come out barely 2 weeks ago. We were looking at the strength, rather the child protection systems in low and and middle-income countries. And one thing that was coming out prominently is that governments, with due respect, they are doing a lot of work to protect our children. But also compared to other sectors, this is a sector where they have committed the least amount of resources. So the question remains, talking about it is not a bad thing, right? But what more can be done? So from a political science point of view, somebody was advancing the argument that we, people who are involved in the child protection sector, we have now to start thinking about building coalitions so that we can activate some pressure points. The commissioner from Ministry of Gender talked about linking child labor to export of coffee. That was a very good thing. And immediately the government responded because it was going to cause a problem. So how else can we look at this thing? What other pressure points and connections can we draw up in this sector to make sure that whoever has the responsibility to act, they will act? That is a question for all of us to consider. Then finally, each of these agencies that have made presentations, I see enormous capacity and to some extent goodwill. But also we see a lot of internal weaknesses. So for people responsible for systems reform, what can be done? That is a question for all of us to talk about, because we've been talking about system reform, system strengthening, etc. But still these things persist. All right. There was something very interesting that came up from the presentation from the Child Helpline, the involvement of children in reporting cases of violence. They were also calling, the line. For me, I think that one intrigued me. What more spaces can we create for children to be, to increase their involvement, both in prevention and in response? Okay, looking at what we need to do next year, the organizers of this symposium have done a great job, and personally, I want us to give them a very big hand clap. But now they have given me a huge responsibility to tap into your minds, your feelings. How can we organize this symposium next year? How can we do it better? What ideas can you, put across? So I want to give ourselves 2 minutes. You get a piece of paper, write an idea. What is it that you think can be prioritized if we do the same symposium next year? We organize the same event next year. And you can also do me a favor as a way of getting feedback from, this meeting. What learning, only one learning can you say for you it has touched you from this meeting? Maybe we can also see what more we can do in that regard. Now, when I get those pieces of paper, I'll read a few, those that are not repeating the same thing, and then we can draw, come up with a way forward. Thank you very much. But I'm still on stage because I'll have to collect those pieces of paper. There are some who are very comfortable in writing. You know, the Chabazinga gave, is it triplets or? Yeah, now some people may want to write in their local languages, so feel free. Because there is a cultural issue happening right now in the nation, but use English anyway.
That gentleman is speaking.
Oh, yeah. How should we do this better next year? And what learning has touched you from this meeting? So 1 minute has already gone. We have 1 more minute. But just do us a favor to make sure that your handwriting is... we shall be able to read your handwriting. I have some students who are very creative. If they want me to get lost, whatever they write I can't read. Then you don't know whether they have passed or failed. So... Yeah. Okay, and you did me a favor by not putting your names. Thank you very much. Anybody who hasn't submitted before I start reading? Thank you very much. Okay, let me read very, very quickly. Thank you very much. There are quite many. And some people have written in very, in Arabic. So you have to pray for me. Oh, thank you very much. All right. This person talks about inviting cultural and religious leaders to participate in these events. So I think that is a very important thing because it will contribute to prevention and response. Okay, thank you very much. Another one says we should have more child participants to tell their stories and share their experiences. All right, we've taken note. And in terms of learning, more focus should be placed on preventing, on parenting to support younger parents. Okay, I think evidence on parenting and its impact or various modes of parenting maybe could be considered. Thank you very much. We will summarize all of these submissions. Police, CID, magistrate should be at the forefront of discussion. Point taken. Thank you very much. The last shall be the first, so let me start with this one. We should have youth representatives so that he or she organize their colleague for further updates about child violence, especially deep in the villages. So that is a case for child participation. And I think this is a young person who has made that suggestion. For me, learning which has touched me, this is not me, but the person who wrote. The need to integrate humanitarian and development VAC response strategies. Okay, learning more about violence against children and young people in humanitarian settings and responses which work. Thank you very much. Okay, how can we organize better? We should also invite the office, the ODPP. Now you'll help me. Office of the Directorate of Public Prosecution. Thank you very much. These are not lawyers who are not telling me, but they are very credible people. So I'm safe to say it as they have told me. Ministry of Finance should be in attendance. Very good. Actually, we should give them one day a particular component to present. This is how you, especially Mr. Angobi, yes, should bring that one. I think this is a very, very good suggestion. Thank you very much. Okay, now I'm going to sample out only a few, and the rest we will read them in due course. We need 2 days, not half a day. Wow, you'll have to give us more money. Touched by the fact that we have a lot of unfinished business. I agree. And also this person emphasized participation of the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development and members of Parliament. Beautiful. All right, how many should I read, Mr. Mondo? How many more? 3 is too few. People will complain. So, now if you wrote in Chinese, I can't read your thing. Have key decision makers present. That one we have covered. Underfunded implementation units. What is the way forward? This is a key learning from this person. This is what he or she has said. Thank you very much. Let us invite the 2 categories of people in charge of budget, decision, and allocation. This will increase political influence, and also we need to invite the Minister of Finance. I think this one is coming out more profoundly. So now I do a casting of votes. How do we use this research to influence policy change and budget increase? That's a very good question. How best can we organize this learning? Organize for 2 days, encourage discussions, put it at a university. Hey, you don't want us to come and enjoy 4 points. Okay. Next time, enlist a joint action by stakeholders. Otherwise, after listening, then what? We need some communities, commitments before departure. Okay, that one is, I think, evident. Invite key stakeholders to the symposium, establish a coordination mechanism. Already there is a coordination mechanism, Madam Osa. We need to translate evidence into action. Now, I promise to read only 2 more, and then give the rest to Commissioner Mondo. He will be the one now to choose which others to consider. All right, what to consider when organizing? Children should be invited. Thank you. It should be action-oriented, lessons learned, sharing diverse ideas from different experts. And the very last one, more investment done in response to VAC. I think the person is calling for more investments in violence prevention against children. Yes, by government and also partners. What should we do next year? System strengthening on child protection. Thank you very much. We can clap for ourselves. So for those of you whose notes have read, I think you are extra blessed for a professor to read your note. so you can clap for yourself. Okay. All right. Thank you. So thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you so much, Professor Eddie Warakira. And I'll be handing this over to Justus. Justus, And if they want to take pictures as I give you, they can take the pictures. I hand over officially to you. This is how we want it to be organized next year. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, somebody was asking, one of the things somebody passed on to me, Professor Arakira, was many things in this country happen when the presidency is involved. How can't we use all these brains here to make a solid case and find the space to talk to the presidency for increased resource allocation? I think this must be considered. This is an interesting one because I have seen things work. When we meet the man from Rachitura, then he can command, let there be money, and the money will be there. Money will surely come. Now, somebody was also asking me, you know, interesting people, who is Professor Warakira? Professor Eddie Warakira is Professor of Social Work with Children and Youth at the prestigious university, Makerere University. He is an expert on violence prevention. Now, those must be alumni of Makerere University. Makerere, oye? Makerere, oye? Oh, beautiful. An expert on violence prevention, a teacher and a researcher for the last 20 plus years. A member of the World Health Organization Violence Estimation Prevention Working Group, visiting professor of Hoist University, Belgium, chairperson, Makerere College of Business and Management Science Research Ethics Committee. He's a member of the University Research Grants Management Committee. Among us, so many things. Do you want me to add that he is happily married to one wife and they have children? That's what he tells me. He didn't share with me how many mistresses they could be, but he told me about the wife, and I know the wife, and I know he has children, and the wife is a woman. Thank you very much. A lot of things have been said, and I don't want to go into them. I'll be only giving the team of John, Ruth, Peter, Irene, and Josephine to give the parting shots. But first, let me hear from the audience, starting with Commissioner for Youth and Children Affairs. What are your reflections, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Mondo, the moderator. I didn't come in late. I was here earlier. But I realized that the introductions were taking long. Each on average was using 3 to 5 minutes. And I had another engagement with Avis leading a consortium at Sheraton to review the Game Connect model which they are using to promote mental health and psychosocial support in refugee settings. And I'm happy, Dr. Peter Chisache, you were on the same. Mr. Mo, you really allow me to first recognize, not in any special order, those I am able to identify from our being here. Professor, I recognize you, and we have a strong partnership with Makerere University. 2011, when I was a technical advisor on a project called Strengthening Uganda's National Response for Orphans and Vulnerable Children, funded by USAID by then, 2010-2015, he was the leading consultant in regard to building the initial community-based structure that is training CDOs in child care and protection. I think you trained and awarded over 500 community development officers. That was part of child protection. So for me, when I'm giving my reflections, I don't start from here. Me, I'm a historian. I want to share with you that we have not been sleeping. We have been in the trenches. That's how many years back? 14 years back. Okay? 2, Makerere University, you are working with us in regard to mental health and psychosocial support. Last week, I cleared one of your PhD students at the Colombian, we call it Colombian, British Columbian, something like that, Canada, to do or to undertake a study on mental health and psychosocial well-being among children in institutions. And it is the first study of its kind. Briefly, that's what I can talk about to you. Leave alone supervising your students and pressing them here and there. Dr. Chisache, I got to know him during COVID, 2010. I was with him on a team of 9 PhD holders to undertake a study. I was a co-principal investigator from government side. And it was on parent-child communication, case study of Busi and Tororo. And we have published several papers out of that. So, and then his organization, Baobab Nairobi, worked with us to build capacity of parasocial workers in Chiriandongo, the first of its kind. And last week I was in Chiriandongo on Thursday last week, to launch a Red Cross project on child protection in refugee settings. Okay, John, just to show. UNICEF, you are with us. We appreciate the support. Now, the other 2 presenters, I think it is the doctor. I'm meeting you for the first time, but I want to comment on 1-2 lines on each of the presentations, and then I come to the end. That I agree with your findings. I happen to be a member of the National Community Service Committee, and we visit prisons. It's a national committee drawn from different entities. MDS, we are led by a judge of High Court, Justice Tadeo Simwe, and most of the things you shared here briefly, there are some of the challenges we have been finding on the ground in regard to juvenile justice. Now, let me give you what I found out many years back. I was a probation officer for 9 years, 5 years junior, 9 years senior, 14 years, then the rest 3 years and a half I was head of department. I used to collect data in a rudimentary way on my desk, and I would analyze. Here I've talked about the challenges police faces, but I want to tell you that from my experience, that in their handicapped capacity, police still could collect data. If you go to the CID, you will find data on their flip charts. And one time I analyzed capital offenses and I picked out defilement. Out of 138 cases of defilement reported, 98 defilers were arrested, 63 were committed to High Court. By then, I remember it was Justice Mugamba. But because of deficiencies in investigations, only 23 were convicted. You can see that lapse. So it tallies with what you have said, you said in your report. 2, I think as a country, I also want to agree with you. We need to go back and review the law. I have had even issues at the level of senior judicial officers arguing among themselves in regard to child sex. what punishment do you prescribe for a boy who is aged 15 or 16 caught with a girl of the same age, even sometimes the girl older than him? What do you do? Because the age of criminal responsibility is 12 years. The boy is charged with defilement. What do you do? Those things. And it reminded me when you talked about simple defilement when we were in a conference in Namibia, and intellectuals like the professors here were saying it is an abuse of English to talk of a word called child marriage. If I am to open that, for them they were saying that word should not be in the nomenclature of child protection. There shouldn't be anything like marriage of a child. So those are the things. And the professor, I will be linking to your research. Those are some of the things from mixed methods, qualitative and quantitative, that we need to dig deep, get the understanding and perception and concerns, the voices of the people, and get back to government, and we see what we can do. Violence in the refugee settings, Dr. Chisake, I want to thank you for that disability. You showed us a comparison, and the national vax didn't bring out disability. So for us, under the inclusion aspect, it is there. And last week, we were in finance. And we are convincing the Uganda Bureau of Statistics that beyond the national survey, where we have teased out a few data indicators on disability, we need to dive deep and find out. And this thing came out, disability. I'm happy it came out in your study. Now, violence in refugee settings, I agree with you, it's the first study. And coincidentally, I'm also doing my PhD study on refugee setting. Adolescents, I don't want to reveal the text and someone who paralyzes my study. I play that Chisake or Professor Walachila, I appoint one of you to be my external examiners. I will get a soft landing. Chisake, in his finding, brought out the issue of violence begets violence. In most cases, it's a pattern. I want to interest you, Professor. I want you to help us and undertake violence against children from the aspect of our juvenile offenders. We have 7 remand homes and 1 national rehabilitation center. At some time, we find we have over 1,000. If you are bypassing Naguru, stop there and go, you will find about 250 children. And most of them are victims of violence. We have children who have killed fellow children. We have children who have killed their parents. And the worst I found was in Mbale, where 2 children cut and removed organs, private parts, the heart of another child. That links to the aspect of mental health. And when you find out in most cases they are from violent homes. Last week, my niece sent me a message, said, "Uncle, the man I had, blah, 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 now he abandoned me, I have 2 children, and I am reporting him to police." And he said, "But did you first consult where this man was coming from?" In my Bachiga culture, they say before you marry, you should consult. And she revealed to me that when I tried to find out, I found even the grandfather had killed a wife. Then I concluded that she's wrongly married. Or the father of the what? Those are the things, and we shouldn't take them for granted. Now, in juvenile justice, Franco is here and John, recidivism, children who commit crime after crime, in most cases they are coming from violent homes. Chiliandongo, I want to affirm that even last week when I was there, I was with police officers from the headquarters. They told us what you have told us. If you read the Justice Land Order, financial year 2022, 23, 23, 24, Chiriandongo scored the distinction in crime. And 3 weeks ago, 24 juveniles from Chiriandongo fought among themselves. I'm told some either were hurt or physically wounded, and they were taken to court and remanded at Masindi Remand Home. I think, Franco, that's the first time when we received a batch of 24 juveniles from a refugee setting. And when I was there last week, they affirmed that they need more police posts to contain violence in that area. So you are right. Violence impacts on health, what has not come out, and this one is also from research. The issue of violence, how violence among children, gender-based violence, affects adherence to art for those who are on medication. You need to investigate that. I'm coming to that. And then you talked about children even having STIs. Not necessarily from their homes, maybe you shied away from telling us, but from their own parents. I was a probation officer and had a case in Bushenyi, those who were on Tuha, where a father defiled his own daughter, and while defiling her, he was saying, let me pass on the seed your mother gave me. The innocent girl didn't know what the father meant. She conceived, and at delivery, she died in labor. Those are abnormal things. And in the morning, one said, we have normalized crime, and we take it as part of our society. So I want to agree with you. The CSO lessons, that was Irene, I will pick a few. Prioritizing children. Mr. Mondo, I have been with you on this journey for over 30 years, and I'm happy now. The civil society have come to appreciate how government works, and that their role is to contribute to government support. It extends to its people in service delivery. Irene, I got to know you when I was less than a week in office, 2019 as a commissioner, but today I want the people here to thank her in regard to the way she presented the case for children. I think, John, you must be smiling. Let me tell you why I'm excited by the CSO's presentation, as I almost come to the end. One, they have brought out 4 things. In fact, the first one, Mr. Moni, the one who cemented it. If you want to understand how resources are allocated in this country, you need to understand 4 things. One is the legal and policy frameworks. Is Irene here? She was sitting here. Oh, get near here. I want to thank you. Come here quickly. People, by looks, they are tired. So in her presentation, and like Doctor and like Sache, you were linking everything here to the law. What does the law say? The law may have its omissions and omissions, but we can review the law. She talked of the African Charter, you talked of the UN, UNSRC, but I want to urge you also to look at the IGAD policy. We have recently, as a country, participated in the development of IGAD policy. I want you to look at the East African Community Child Policy 2016. And also, I was happy when you talked of even the Local Government Act. But I'm not surprised you have been my student, because it provides that every local government will come up with a comprehensive, integrated plan, and even in the planning guidelines to foster community-based planning, children are mentioned as part of stakeholders if they are of age, which reminds us of the rights and responsibilities when we are talking to our children. I want to thank you for that. Then, the issue of budgets. You have made a case. Recently, UNICEF, you supported us fact, conduct 2 major studies that have really brought our economies in Ministry of Finance on the same footing. One, the early child development through National Planning Authority and UBOS. 2 studies, thematic studies, were launched. And we have made a case for investing in early childhood. 2, you helped us last year or the year before through UBOS again to come up with the child poverty, status of child poverty among children in this country for every parish. And I see evidence now we are using. Now, Dr. Walachira talked about the child labor. On 11th November last year, this is for sharing, we went with our PS to the Ministry of Finance, and we are saying as a social sector, Irene, again, I want to thank you. I was getting worried when you said my department is receiving 0.5, 0.6 of the national budget, but it was clear in writing to the social sector, Ministry of Gender, not my department. If I was to get 0.6 of the national budget, I wouldn't be here. Yeah. So it's good it came out. So we presented our case. I had gone there with the issue of children, feeding children in institutions. And the chair of the meeting was the deputy PSST, that is the deputy secretary treasurer. And the people from labor, officer from labor had labor issues. They wanted money for child labor. But the question, why money for child labor? The chair, who was the PSST, he said, I had the commissioner for children. Tell us, if we don't allocate money to child labor, what do we stand to lose? And I always say he asked the wrong person. I think he didn't know that by training, by birth, I'm a social worker and I'm a child rights advocate. It is good to read widely. I was very knowledgeable on the linkage between our trade in coffee with child labor. I explained, the rest is history, but for the first time, we got 2 billion this financial year for child labor. And the first quarter, 500 million has been. So this links to a recommendation from Irene and what Mondo has said. What do we do? How do we get the president? So the first thing, you need to know the law. 2, you must link what you are doing to the National Development Plan. Or the other Vision 2040, you know, the 10 for growth, all those feed under the NDP4. For us, we fall under the Human Capital Development. So if we can demonstrate a case, as you are recommending, the cost of inaction in regard to priorities and NDP4, very easy. The third one, which some of the partners sometimes misunderstand me for, is what we call the manifesto of the ruling party. I don't mean NRM. I mean a party with a social contract with the voters. And even yesterday, as a ministry, we are saying, how do we get priorities of the ministry 1, 2, 3, 4 into the manifesto? Because that's where resources are skewed to. In fact, Professor, I'm asking you, undertake a study, or one of the students should undertake a study on the relationship between linking priorities of a given ministry to the manifesto of a ruling party, and you will see the pattern. The first one is what Mr. Mondo was guiding on, what we call the directive or pronouncement of the problem of the president. And I don't necessarily mean President Museveni. Any president, where do you locate yourself? A quick one, on the 28th, we went to Gwachitula with a lady who had come up with a model of interventions to fight mental health among the youth and substance abuse related issues. And I wrote a pager for the minister to read, and within less than 30 minutes we had with the president, face to face, he really heard our voice that mental health is a big issue. Mondo must be smiling. And this partner was asking 360 million, 180 to rent an office, 180 to pay staff, but Minister Honorable Baron being a strong advocate, he explained and said, President, Your Excellency, I will suggest and request you give them a one-off support to buy off a small modest building at 360, and then 360 can also be for supporting staff for 2 years as the model takes root. And the President signaled, you know, the principal private secretary, the rest is history. We got the money. The Vice President went to, I want to, Mondo, you give me a minute, because you are the one who brought it. Trump has gone. When we say Trump, we mean USAID. And for those who don't know the global dynamics of resource mobilization, very few people up to now can appreciate that even PEPFAR, at PEPFAR level, UNICEF, you were a beneficiary of PEPFAR money. Am I lying? Upstream. And when the Vice President, around 3rd or 5th March, visited Wakiso, Masulita, they found children in dire need. In 3 days, 4 days, we were asked to write a paper, and I went with the minister, presented the paper to cabinet, and we were asking for money to resuscitate Weso in terms of its project so that it can be self-sustaining. And I tell you, we were able to garner out 2.38 billion. And in that study, in that cabinet meeting, members of cabinet even advised, say, Your Excellency, this is a drop in the ocean. We may need, as a country, a study. Professor, I'm suggesting also that study. When I say you, those partners willing can support you. That can we have a study to analyze, assess the impact of the withdrawal of USAID funding on service delivery beyond the children, even on health and other things. That's another interesting. Now, lastly, a lot has been learned. Lessons learned. They were clear. But I want to pick out one and say that as a country, in terms of capacity building, I want to tell you government has invested heavily. In 2010, the CDO, Community Development Officers and probation, staffing was oscillating between 13–27%. But now we are in some districts 100%. Even in the department, we are the only department in the Ministry of Gender where we have 100% staffing at departmental level in the entire ministry. Mr. Mondi is here, heading Youth Division. Franco, Stand Commissioner, Children. John has his colleagues, 4 of them. I saw, I think, Sunday. What is Sunday? There are 5 seniors. We have 2 principals. We only have a funding capacity, staffing capacity at institutional level. And the Minister of Public Service recently approved our revised structure. And among the key staff they have given us as part of capacity building are clinical officers in some institutions. Okay? Clinical, because we are taking into account the mental and the psychosocial gaps, and also the nutritionists. Then, Professor, lastly, your research, I've already talked about that. We are also having a partnership with UMI. One of the students has finished also a degree in mental health, but doing MBA. We are having UMI formerly more focused on administration, but bringing the aspect of administration in social service delivery, which is very good. I want to guide that, Professor, if you remind me and your colleagues, and anyone interested, through John, me, I'm getting old, I will forget. If you remind me, I will share with you the presentations I picked when I attended the first African conference on child care in Addis Ababa in June. And there, UNICEF and World Bank presented on new strategies for resource mobilization for care and protection of children. Persistent barriers in government systems, what is the problem? We know the problem and we are going to solve it. Child protection in funding, for us as a ministry, we are taking it in wholesale. We look at funding to support interventions across the 4 rights of a child in varying proportions, but we are not going, we can write on a paper on only funding violence against children. No, we go as a whole and we work with the ministries. Next symposium, you didn't read mine, but I want to read it for myself. I suggest that we should have main symposium at regional level, they feed into a national one. And by doing that, there are other partners out there who are willing to support at regional symposium level before we get into this one. With all that said, for me, what I know, we have built capacity to write high-level cabinet papers. Mr. Mondo, senior management, yesterday, we are told we have 3 papers, consecutive papers to cabinet, which have scored, yours scored 88, 86.
Clap for me. Clap.
Yes.
Yes.
The paper to cabinet on International Youth Day, hopefully you'll invite the people here. You scored 88. I had written one which faced that, those billions scored 89. And Angela wrote another one which scored 90. The pass mark is 50. So we have the capacity. Give us data, we shall do the needful. Thank you very much, our partners.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Fred. Thank you. So passionate that when he gets the mic, I get scared because I know he will take more. He will take more than I expect him to take. Now, because of time, we cannot continue. But I think it is important to have parting shots. Starting with John, you have 30 seconds, and the rest of the panelists. Parting shot.
I think for me, the parting shot is that Commissioner said it all. You know, once Commissioner says, I can't even actually add. But one thing as a key take home is the aspect of family strengthening. We need to ensure that every child has a family. Whether a foster family, whether guardians, but at least someone should be in a family. Every child deserves a family, and the institutions will not raise the children. That's what I can say.
Your parting shot in 30 seconds.
Thank you so much. Mine is we commit as Uganda Police Force to enforcing discipline and ethical behavior among our officers with the help of Police Standards Unit. 2, we commit to doing more sensitization so as to prevent violence against children. Let's have the cases hibernated. Let's have the community sensitized. We shall have a better tomorrow for our children who are the leaders of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Peter.
Thank you all. I think we need to protect the most vulnerable, including children and people living with a disability. We should encourage them to disclose. We should encourage early detection, but also referral to services. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Irene.
Yeah, thank you so much. For me, it's just one around ensuring that we continue to package our data in a way that is user-friendly for all stakeholders. Even as we advocate for resource allocations, access to data and information will be key as we continue this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Josephine.
Thank you, everyone. As I was preparing to come here today and I was looking over the research we'd done, I went through the recommendations and I realized that only one had been implemented. So my call to you all is that go back, look at these studies. A lot of effort, a lot of work went into them. Government, civil society, pick, and implement what we are requesting you to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Warakira. Parting shot.
Thank you, Ms. Commissioner. Where should I start from? Still more evidence is necessary. I can't run away from research. But what lessons can we draw from successful interventions? Because it is not coming out, and I think in the next symposium it can be prioritized. What do we pick from models that work, even with respect to resource mobilization, child protection, etc.? What are the unique qualities? What are the issues coming up? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And can I now take this rare and singular honor to invite Mr. Nyaga Jeremiah, National Director, World Vision Uganda, to make a remark from the Symposium supporters. And if you don't mind, invite the chief guest at the closing, Mr. Franco Torrea, to close this meeting.
Thank you very much. Can we really appreciate our moderator? He's done an amazing job since morning without getting tired. I have been writing a lot of words since morning that I would use for the closing remarks, but I choose not to because I don't want to be the one standing between us and lunch. Our time is far much spent, but well spent. And I think we, as joining forces, we take the recommendation very seriously that this cannot be a half-a-day affair. So let me submit that I think being the first symposium on ending violence against children, we were doing an experiment and we realized our experiment now has some modifications. I think the minimum we can have for such an important engagement is really a full day, but even that may be a bit limited. There has been a wealth of knowledge and discussion that has gone on. And Mr. Mondo, there is one thing you said in the morning, I don't know where you got the quote from, that it is incredible to see credible people doing incredible things. And I think it has been quite evident that the team that was assembled here today was an incredible team. And let's appreciate the team that has been here making their presentations. So really well done. Personally, I've been sitting there taking notes and I've quite learned a lot. And as joining forces, we've really gotten a lot of feedback. Very excellent and exceptional panelists. And I can tell you, Uganda is blessed. Uganda is very blessed when you hear the kind of people, because it's not in many countries where you hear an afande is also a lawyer. And thank you, Ruth. I think I have heard you speak many times, and I've always been blessed to hear what you speak very passionately, advocating for the issues of the children. The opening remarks in the morning by Franco, I was really blessed to hear many things, you speaking about that. I think we should come to an end speaking a lot of English. We come to bedrooms and speak a lot of English, but that English is not really transforming into action. You did also talk about having fathers and mothers, but not parents. You know, that is things that need to make us really to reflect on. And the government of Uganda is really doing a lot in terms of looking at the issues of ending violence against the children. But I think what is becoming very evident is that there's a lot that needs to be done. And as joining forces, we are committed to ensure that we support the government. And Fred Ngabirano, he may not be aware, but I've heard him speak many other times. And one of the things he says, and he's very careful in the way he puts it, he says, I'm not telling you to align to NRM, but the government of the day. This is the second or the third time I've heard him talk about. And that is true, because even the civil society, we don't work on our own. We supplement the government efforts. And I think that's something that we need to be able to do. The only sad thing, Fred, today he didn't speak about it, but the last time I heard him speak is that he said, I'm about to retire. But the question I have for you, retiring going where? With that knowledge that you have. Actually, if I was Professor Walakira, you are one of the students I would just pass without necessarily writing a paper. But academia does not work in that manner. But you have a lot of knowledge in terms of the child issues and the passion that you have. So thank you very much for all our presenters today. We really appreciate Dr. Peter Chisache, Dr. Josephine, our own Irene Kagoya. We had Parwes this morning, one of the joining forces members. Veronica from UNICEF, thank you. You've been one year here in Uganda, but we appreciate your contribution. Professor Walakira, there's so much on your shoulders. Mr. Fred Gabirano as well. Let me end with this. and this is probably a summary of the many things I had, that the cost of inaction and ineffectiveness is very high, and hence the call for us to translate the many times we become concerned about things into action. I think it's very clear that we need to call things into action. Lastly, I really want to appreciate the joining forces members, and I really want to ask the head of institutions who are here, and I can't see them again, but I really want to appreciate the joining forces members, Child Fund. Anyone from Child Fund, stand up and let's clap for them. Child Fund, I think the acting country director. Yeah, please stand up for recognition. Thank you. Yeah, I think we also have War Child. Parwes was here, but I think War Child, there's a representative. Thank you very much. Yeah, Plan International. Yeah, thank you. Let's appreciate Plan International as well. Save the Children. Well done. Thank you, Save the Children. Then I don't know whether there's anyone from Terrace the Homes. Then we have Moses Leneka Kadobra. Please stand up for recognition from SOS. And all the partners. We also had the embassies this morning. We really want to appreciate. And lastly, I want to say that as joining forces, we are committed to support such initiatives. Last but not least is Justus. Justus is the coordinator for joining forces, and he's done an amazing job. Thank you, Justus. He may not have spoken, but actually he has been behind working with the team. Irene and your team, we are so grateful. So allow me take this opportunity to invite our guests. This Fred has a lot of things to say. Now I want to invite him, and he's, or he had finished. I was told by Mondo to invite you. I delegated. Oh, okay. Welcome, Franco, once again. Let's clap for him. Yeah. As you retire. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much, my brother, for that joyous presentation. The one which opened in the morning was Commissioner Youth and Children Affairs. The one who is closing is Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. I want to acknowledge Justus. You know, there is somewhere we meet with Justus for exercise. On that, these days he has cowardized, he doesn't come there. Therefore, allow me read this statement of the Permanent Secretary verbatim. I will not add the way I did in the opening remarks, my personal views to the speech. Your Excellencies, ambassadors, and heads of diplomatic missions, representatives of the development partners, representatives of academia, representatives of civil society organizations, government representatives from different MDS, the representatives of the media, all participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to you all. Good afternoon to you all. Good afternoon. Because you are not responding to the Permanent Secretary, you need to respond to me. As we come to the close of this pivotal first national symposium on Evac research, policy, and action, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all participants and contributors who have made this gathering a resounding success. This initiative, supported by Joining Forces Uganda and hosted here at 4 Points by Sheraton, Uganda, reflects our collective commitment to safeguarding the rights and well-being of every child in our nation and beyond. Today, we have reinforced the vital importance of collaboration among civil society practitioners, researchers, and policymakers in addressing the urgent challenges of violence against children and adolescents in Uganda. This partnership is not just a strategic approach, It is a moral imperative to protect and promote the rights, the safety, and the well-being of our children. I wish to extend my sincere appreciation to Joining Forces Alliance, Uganda, for their unwavering support and dedication to this cause. Your partnership exemplifies the power of collective action and community engagement. I also thank the different line MDAs, to mention Office of the Prime Minister, Ministry of Education and Sports, Ministry of Health, Police, and the Ministry of Local Government in particular, who provide the needed support to ensure children are protected from all forms of violence. Together with the support of our development partners, civil society, and community leaders, we can create a safe environment for our children. Through the insightful presentations, robust discussions, and shared experiences, we have advanced our collective understanding of the issues at hand. The dissemination of the research evidence, innovative approaches, and best practices will serve as a foundation upon which we can build effective evidence-based interventions. The establishment of a collaborative framework for ongoing knowledge sharing stands as a testament to our commitment to sustain action. This framework will enable us to continue learning from each other, adopt strategies, and implement impactful solutions that create safer environments for our children. As we look ahead, I urge all stakeholders to remain engaged and committed to this shared mission. Let us leverage the knowledge generated here to inform policy, strengthen community initiatives, and drive tangible change. In conclusion, therefore, together we are paving the way for Uganda where every child can survive, develop, be protected, and participate freely and safely for God and my country.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Permanent Secretary, for closing this meeting. And outside the closed meeting, I would like to communicate the following. We shall have a post-reflection meeting after this symposium. Let the organizers know if you wish to join the reflection meeting. And Justus, can you stand up? Justus and where is Rook? And Rook, you can give the names to them and we shall be communicating to you once you have interest in joining us in immediately reflecting on what we have done and planning better for next year. UNICEF has already agreed that it will be a 2-day instead of a half-day, and that they will step in and support the coalition in ensuring it's a 2 days, not simply a 1 day. How many of you have read the poem called Building the Nation in Different Ways? You people. Oh, you read. Who was that professor who wrote it? Was it Rubadiri or? Okay, Building the Nation in Different Ways. Many of you come with your drivers and you leave them in the car. And you know when you are getting home, you are belching because you ate, and the driver is yawning because the driver is hungry. So could you kindly call your drivers to come up and pick the cook ponies? There is lunch for them as well. I'm also told by Justus, clap better. So call your drivers to come and have the lunch. They might drive you into potholes and you suffer and you start vomiting. Now, Justus, guide us, final picture, where, How, who, when. Photographers, guide us very quickly. People are hungry. They want to go and eat. It's already late.
This strategy is designed to actually do joint advocacy as organisations to support government and joint programmes to address some of the worst forms of violence against children in schools, and in particular the issue of child marriage, child labour, major issues of concern.
No, we want to look at investment in those untouched areas. The inclusion, for example, of children with disabilities. You mentioned advocating for increased funding the probation and welfare officers in terms of training them and equipping them and remand homes. And I was energized because as we talk now, we are writing a cabinet paper, a cabinet information paper on the situation of children in our institutions. The remand homes, Camp Ringisa National Rehabilitation Center, Nagu Reception Center just across here, and also we shall touch on children in NGO homes managed by the partners.
We can also work closely together with government as one united front of a joining forces coalition to ensure that we are coordinated with the solutions that we think can be able to tackle violence against children within communities, within households.
You will not understand what is being what?